There we go, everybody.
Members, just to let you know that we're streaming live on YouTube now.
Thank you, Julia. Hi, Andy, how are you?
Good evening, Happy New Year. Very well, thank you.
Yeah, good. Happy New Year. Just to let you know, Andy, we are streaming live at the moment, so on YouTube. Hello, Joe. Happy New Year. Andrew, Happy New Year. Hello, Gary, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you all.
Stuart, sorry, are you in contact with Julia, or is Julia listening as far as Jonathan Whitfield's comment in the chat about not being able to contact us or speak? I don't know whether that's just in the process, the way it's being managed, but it's just conscious that somebody probably needs to make contact with John.
Yeah, it's just popped up, and I'm sure that Julie's on it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just sending him I'm just replying to the message that he sent.
Great, thank you, Julia. Right, I'll make it at 6:30. Do you agree, Julia?
Yes, I do.
Great. Okay, I'll crack on then. Okay, so good evening, councillors, and welcome to the first meeting of EPH of 2022. Okay, I'd like to wish everyone a happy new year. Just moving through into the introduction, I'm Councillor Stuart Frost, the chair of EPH, or Economic Planning and Housing, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the meeting, which is being held virtually and in accordance with the council's rule for virtual meetings, which reflect the recently published government regulations. The meeting is being streamed live on YouTube and will also be available to view after the meeting has finished. Councillors who sit on this committee are identified by name on the screen, and I will introduce the officers by name before they address the committee. Councillors are reminded that although this meeting is being held remotely, they're regarded as being present in the meeting of the council, and they should observe the normal rules of behaviour under the member code of conduct and not allow members of their household to distract them during the course of the meeting. Can members also ensure that their mobile phones are now switched off or are on silent? Members of the committee will turn on their video link during the meeting and keep their microphones muted unless they have been invited to speak by myself as the chair. Members are reminded that if they switch off their video link or move away from the camera, they will be treated as having left the meeting and will not be able to take part in any vote taken on the item under discussion. Members can indicate their wish to speak by raising their virtual hand and should only speak when I, as chair, invite them to do so. The officers present will only switch on their video link, during the item that they are presenting or where they wish to be invited to speak by me as chair. As chair, I will confirm the name of any visiting speaker at the appropriate time in the agenda who will address the committee by audio link. Councillors should declare that they are leaving the meeting and switch off their video link if they have a disclosable pecuniary interest or other personal interest in an item on the agenda. The councillors can switch on their video link when I call the next agenda item. Voting will be taken by roll call, and I will confirm the recommendation proposed to the committee before voting starts. Can each member indicate whether they are for or against the recommendation or whether they wish to abstain? Hopefully, we won't have any IT problems, but can I remind councillors that if their connection is lost, they should immediately advise the Democratic Support Officer and use their meeting link to access the meeting again. Okay, so we're here finally to discuss the agenda. So apologies for absence and substitutions. I only have one. The apology is from Councillor Laura James, who's being substituted by Councillor Harvey. Are there any more apologies and substitutions? No, that's great. Okay. Does anybody have a declaration of interest that they wish to disclose? No? Great. Okay. I will, obviously, if anybody does have a declaration or realise that they have a declaration, they can disclose it as we go along. Okay. I haven't been advised that there are any urgent matters. Is that correct, Julia? I'll take that.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
That's all right.
I'm a mouse.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. So there are no urgent matters. I'd also like to then look at the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of November or that time ago. And unless anybody has any amendments that they need to or they wish to make for those minutes, I'd like to move them that we sign those minutes as a correct record. Does anybody have any questions or amendments on those minutes? No, therefore I'd like to move them. Okay, can I have a seconder, please?
Oh, I'm happy to second, Chair.
Councillor Konesko, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll get those signed. Right, so moving on to item number 5, the local plan update. There are a number of speakers, okay, that we have. What I'll do is I'll name the speaker to come up next. Then obviously Democratic Services will contact them and bring them up. Okay, and then what will happen is we'll hand them over to Councillor Konesko, who will then, with his sturdy timer, okay, time the relevant speaker for the relevant number of time. Okay, so first of all, Julia, I'd like to call on Councillor Follett-Maitland, please.
Hi, Lucy. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Good evening. Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
loud and clear. That's all great. So you've got 4 minutes starting now.
Thank you. I speak here tonight as Borough Councillor for Whitchurch, but also as founder of Whitchurch Conservation Group, a constituted community group with over 800 Whitchurch residents. Over the past few weeks and months, I've explained to you at length why Whitchurch environment constraints are such a key defining factor in these local plan updates. I echo the view expressed by Whitchurch Town Council that the government's current allocation of 900 housing units per year for the borough is not sustainable, and the 310 houses being proposed for Whitchurch is more than our fair share. I'm also concerned at the reluctance to provide a key piece of information, namely the water catchment study, which is still being held back in draft, despite this being critical to a credible evidence-based allocation of housing development for Whitchurch. But I specifically want to address two key points this evening and look forward constructively to the future. Firstly, where's the cohesive placemaking strategy? Where are the positive policy implications? BDBC's own landscape assessment strategy makes much of Whitchurch's rural and heritage identity. This doesn't follow through elsewhere in policy or strategy. All I'm seeing is a view from Basingstoke and Dean that looks to allocate housing development without consideration on how to grow Whitchurch's financial and social sustainability in a way that enhances and promotes these natural and heritage assets rather than undermining them. I point to Rural Tourism Policy EP5 and the need for Whitchurch to be placed within that context. Councillor Rattigan has very recently talked about Basingstoke's future as the capital of the South and the need for placemaking. I believe the quote was, "Sell the sizzle and not the sausage." If other external funders, such as Arts Council England, can recognise Whitchurch's value within their investment strategy and acknowledge that we have a really strong placemaking strategy, why can't you? The river test alone brings in revenue from fly fishing and attests to its reputation as a world-famous chalk stream. The North Wessex Downs, which celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2022, and Whitchurch is its gateway town. We have all the raw ingredients which could and should be cleverly moulded into the wider Basingstoke and Dean placemaking strategy in a really positive way.
1 minute remaining.
I want to address the really scandalous and downright lies that have been presented by land speculators Genco, who claim they want to build environmentally friendly and affordable houses on the land north of Whitchurch Station, which we know is a nationally protected landscape. What is this game that we play? Environmental top trumps? How does building zero carbon houses on a nationally designated landscape square with that? It doesn't. We're
Oh, has anyone else lost, Lucy?
Designated protected landscape is not a valid excuse. It's not an exceptional circumstance, and particularly not one for a council which is declaring both a climate emergency and an ecological emergency. Work with us, not against us. Respect the environmental constraints. Recognise us in positive policy terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Follett-Maitland. Does anybody have any questions for the speaker? Councillor Harvey.
Thanks, Chair. Lucy, could I ask you, in terms of the argument that's been put forward by the Whitchurch Conservation Group, as I understand it, the context of the water cycle study is incredibly important, because if that shows, as it should show, based upon the evidence that we're all seeing in our reports about the quality of our rivers and the threats to our rivers, that idea of developing on the AONB, or the idea of developing those number of houses, just is absolutely unsustainable in Whitchurch, let alone Overton, let alone the other communities. For you, how critical is that water cycle study, and how concerned are you that, in a sense, it actually shows the true picture that we are all experiencing?
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Yes, it is absolutely critical. I'm not sitting here making hot air out of nothing. This is a point that I know is going to be elaborated further by other Whitchurch speakers in more detail. All I can stress is we need that study. The aquifer, the river test is critical to Whitchurch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question, okay, and that is your Councillor Folliott-Maitland, you're suggesting that 310 houses is more than your fair share. Exactly how many is your fair share, please? What's your view on that?
Less than that. I don't feel that this is the specific moment to discuss the individual Shell sites. I can see some of the reactions from some of the committee members here. I know that the figure is less than that. It's not 310.
I'm sorry, I thought that was the number you gave, but okay. Moving on,
the number that we would like to take in Whitchurch, and we are not saying we don't want development. We know that we can't say that. The figure of development that we believe is fair is less than 310 because of the environmental constraints that we face.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Can
Thank you.
We go on to Councillor McCormick, please?
Thank you, Chair. I changed my background because I thought you might not see a yellow hand against the brick. There you go. Northern Lights is a bit more black, better contrast. So, Lucy, in terms of where Whitchurch fits into the local plan, you mentioned that 310 houses for Whitchurch in the ongoing period is too much. You prefer less of a build. You've also mentioned the water catchment study. I just want to get to the bottom of the concerns you have about the housing numbers. Would I be right in thinking it's because of the potential impact of water being discharged into the River Test? And is that the most important factor? You build more houses, you get people move in. Somehow Southern Water have got to supply them water and make sure that that water is taken away. Is that your main concern, or do you have other more pressing concerns?
Well, as you know, I feel something like a broken record here, but we have the North Wessex Downs AONB north of Whitchurch train station. So automatically that should preclude at least 2 sites from being included within the prospective development site. That is the situation. Realistically, we have Mill Springs, which is WIT 011, which is a realistic development site, but again, that has some constraints in terms of numbers. But Whitchurch has environmental constraints, and that is the point that I've made consistently and very plainly over the last few months in terms of the AONB and the River Test SSSI.
Okay, that's great. And finally, Councillor Carr, please.
Yes, hello, Councillor Folliott-Maitland. I just wanted to echo your points about the area of outstanding natural beauty. In Evan-Gar, it's a very considerable portion of my ward, and it's a policy area that we share an interest in. I just want to sort of echo your view that development north of the railway line would be unacceptable in my view, and I know that my parishes of Hurstbourne, Priors and St Marybourne would very much echo that as well. So just really to reiterate the importance of the AONB in this consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Folliott-Maitland. Let's move on to speaker number 2. Okay, and I've just been advised that there are no questions to members who are participating in there. So, Councillor Tilbury, please.
Good evening, Ian. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. That's great. So
I've got Councillor Phillimore with me. He can't get on his own computer, so if you can either do him through his or do him next, or that's what's the easiest way. You sort of think about that, but
yeah, we'll have a think about that. That's no problem at all. So, Ian, you've got 4 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've got 60 seconds remaining, and that 4 minutes starts as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say too much. I mean, obviously, we've got problems with the numbers because, as I see it, they're looking at over 260, Whitchurch's 310 in the next plan period. But we've already had most of the ones in the plan period we were expecting up to 2029. Will virtually all have been delivered in the next year or two in Overton and Whitchurch. So we're just going to get hammered. All that's happening is we're just front loading these all the time. This is what happened last time as well. Because of our failures, largely because of Manydown, it's now 10 years since Manydown should have started going forward. What's been going on for the last 10 years? It's just a catalogue of delays and disaster, isn't it? And that's what's causing us the problems. Lucy's outlined all the issues of the Waterstoke study, so I won't go over that again. And Councillor Rattigan's comments about the capital of the South, when sell the sizzle, not the sausage. What does that even mean? But he suggests we should focus on what development adds to the area. Well, we know what adds to our area: more houses, more traffic, more problems. All the usual stuff, which is never resolved. Hampshire won't fix the roads we've got at the moment, let alone any new ones we get. I mean, looking at the bigger picture, with this study includes Tadley for 945 houses, which we know Tadley desperately needs more affordable housing, but it isn't going to happen. So where are those 945 going to go? I mean, it says here that we are at 7.1. We should address the needs. The review should address the needs of the local community. Well, it doesn't. We just ignore the local community and just say what you need is more housing all the time. But the one that I find the really bemusing thing is that when the settlement study in the hierarchy, the tiers, is why is Oakley a medium village with a population of nearly 5,000, yet Overton with a population of 4,000 is classed as a large village? Well, that's something a bit wrong there, isn't there? And there's the argument. I know what the argument is. Oh, they haven't got so many shops in Oakley. Well, that's because they live 2 miles from Sainsbury's and most of the retail parks. So you won't get a lot of shops in that area. You never will because they're too close to Basingstoke, basically. But we're going through all this process there, and it's all because of our own failings. We can blame the government to a certain extent, but the fact that we have not got a 5-year land supply is entirely down to us. And I'll leave it at that. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tilbury. Next speaker we have is Councillor Phillimore, who's obviously with Councillor Tilbury. Councillor Phillimore, I'll hand you over to Councillor Kinesko.
Thanks, Chair. So, Colin, as soon as you're ready, your 4 minutes will start, and I'll let you know when there's 60 seconds remaining.
Thanks, Andy. This process risks pitting villages against towns. Basingstoke versus our diverse smaller communities. Overton, Whitchurch and Lowestoft have taken our fair share of development over recent years. Like many of the villages and towns across the borough, we've seen significant development. We've been at the mercy of developers encouraged by the council leader to develop in the Basingstoke and Deane because we lack a 5-year housing land supply. We've been at the mercy of the councils, both the borough and the county, for their inability to get Manydown going, so we have to suffer the consequences. This is a process where the idea of Greater Basingstoke overshadows the debate you may have tonight. Community think all of the sites being considered for their villages and towns are on the agenda tonight, and they are not. Sites surrounding settlements like Bramley, Oakley and villages in the Candovers are not being debated. Is really disingenuous to those communities. They deserve better than a game of double speak. They all thought when they were developing their neighbourhood plans in the current local plan that they would last until 2029. That was a spin, that was what they were sold. Now we find those same communities have a gun placed to their head, come up with a new sites yourself that take thousands more houses throughout the borough, or we do it for you. That is no choice at all. It's not democratic. Why are we in this place? The leader's recent article where he sets out his vision of Basingstoke as a capital housing growth in the South says it all. According to our leader, Councillor Rattigan believes that there is essential the planning system undergoes reform, as currently there are too many barriers in the way of housing delivery. Over the past 3 years, Basingstoke and Deane has Basingstoke has delivered over 1,250 homes a year, a figure Councillor Rattigan is very proud of. Now we see the truth. Our council leader says he wants to densify the town centre and build up, using the space above our heads. He urges developers to get in contact to ask about sites or development opportunities, as a council is there to facilitate positive growth. He promotes the fact that the council owns a large amount of land that can be built upon. And of the local plan process, he says, most of this will come forward around Basingstoke. However, some other smaller surrounding settlements also need to expand. But that councillors shouldn't demand infrastructure first. We should all be concerned. This is the real reason behind this local plan review. The Conservative administration wants to build this borough out of recognition. By allowing the process to go forward as it is, all Conservative councillors who continue to support it condone the growth agenda which will destroy our towns and villages as we've known them. While we sit in committees like this, out there another agenda is being played out by the likes of the LEP and Councillor Rattigan, openly promoting huge developments, huge levels of growth in our borough, being proud of 1,250 homes a year. That's a lot more than 18,000. Be careful what you debate.
1 minute left.
Be careful what you debate, and wish for colleagues there was clearly another agenda playing here. No amount of dancing on a pinhead changes the fact we cannot sustain that level of growth without wrecking our environment, and our water infrastructure cannot cope. Of course, we get a revised water cycle study, which I'm sure will excuse the growth. But we know the truth. We see in what our residents face with the overflowing sewers and water stress our communities face, let alone the damage being done to our rivers and precious environment. Councillor Tilbury and Councillor Follett-Maitland have already spoken about the AONB. We oppose to the level of growth on the AONB. We've heard it said that this process is not done until it is done. We are constantly reassured that all members are doing is offering views that really don't commit to anything. Either we are all being led up the garden path, or we actually participate in the process that will transform Basingstoke and Dean from a beautiful borough we know it to be. All that we value and treasure will be sacrificed at the altar of growth at any cost.
If I can ask you to wrap up now, please, Colin.
Yeah, one paragraph. Stop dancing on pinhead, colleagues. Don't listen to mixed messages. Don't be part of facilitating the leaders now publicly stated ambition to make Basingstoke and Dean the capital of housing and the growth, and overwhelmingly listen to the residents that elected you.
Thank you, Councillor Fillmore. Okay, let's move on to Councillor Taylor, please.
Hi, Diane, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Diane? Can't hear you at the moment. Are you there?
She is there. Hello, Diane.
Hello.
Ah, you're there. Lovely.
Oh, good. Right.
We can hear you.
Oh, what a relief.
You've got 4 minutes, which will begin very shortly. I'll let you know when you've got 60 seconds remaining. And those 4 minutes begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. So there is a theme coming through here, and we must address it and not just capitulate. Following the September EPH meeting, we agreed unanimously at the October council meeting that we reject the vast numbers of new homes proposed. I'm not sure what has actually been done since that resolution, but we must act upon it and make sure that the position of this council is known at government level. Now, I do appreciate our officers' hard work in producing these strategies for the future. They have produced a really excellent and thorough piece of work, and I appreciate that. And I'm not against all development, of course. Some new homes have to be built, especially affordable homes, and this has to be spread judiciously around the borough in both town and village. However, whilst we're looking through our microscopes at new building and where to put it, we ignore the bigger picture, the picture that poses the question, should we honestly accept the vast numbers of new homes that are imposed on us in Basingstoke and Dean? Whilst we continue to assume in our strategy such massive new development, what mixed messages are we sending to the government whose expectations for us we are officially challenging? Things have changed, and we've been hearing about them from the other speakers. For instance, since the last local plan, new problems have emerged that simply cannot be ignored and must be taken into account as we look at the way forward. Water pollution, nitrates, To help keep our western rivers clear of nitrates that pollute the Solent, complex and expensive voucher schemes with other councils have been worked out for applicants. Or if the applicant owns farmed land elsewhere, an agreement to cease farming that land to offset pollution. Real Heath Robinson temporary schemes, and I believe ultimately only of limited effect. And all that talk of nitrate pollution of our rivers, of course, is overtaken by the recent news of the continued frequent dumping of raw sewage by Thames Water in the River Loddon and Silchester Brook, and by Southern Water in the River Test. I didn't vote back in October in favour of the motion calling for a pause of our revised local plan because I wasn't sure that we had a sound enough reason to do so, one that wouldn't come back to bite us even harder in the future. Well, I see a good reason now. We seem to be flailing around when we should be stopping, taking stock, getting real useful data, doing some real investigation and working out a way forward that is truly effective and not just a sticking plaster that gives government, landowners and developers an excuse to just carry on decimating our town and countryside. Now, this may seem naive. I like to be naive. Everyone who knows me, I celebrate naivety, but I believe we should be asking for a meeting with the Housing Minister to state our case in this borough. We've earned that right with the extraordinary burden of housing we've shouldered. We should call for a stop to further new housing demands until we can be sure that we have the means to deal with these vital issues that we've been talking about tonight.
1 minute left.
Thank you. We clearly don't have the infrastructure to cope with yet more housing. We should then put our case to the Minister for a reduced, not an increased housing requirement after our years of rapid expansion, and put a clear and impassioned plea to have time to design and evaluate the future of our borough without the burden of the demands of the ruinous housing land supply. We need to call for a halt to our designation of housing land supply, which has supposedly been lacking for some time and has caused so much delight to developers and dismay to residents who see their communities ruined. It's a well-known fact that Basingstoke and Deane has been one of the highest producers of new homes over the past 40 years of any authority. And yet we're still being punished for not producing houses quick enough.
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please, Diane?
Very well. We must do everything in our power to take control right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Okay, I'd like to move on to Councillor Tomlin, please.
Hello, Chris, are you there?
Hi, I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you are. We can hear you loud and clear. So you have 4 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 60 seconds remaining, and your 4 minutes begin now.
Thank you. Good evening, members. Since the agenda was published for the original EPH meeting, I'd been working with the parish councils in my rural wards so they might review the impacts on our rural communities. From a local point of view, a local community point of view, any chosen strategy is of huge importance to the future quality of life of the existing residents. Many parish councils and residents found the issues and options consultation too remote and complicated, or they were totally unaware of its existence. Therefore, surely is it wrong to use this as fundamental basis for change with only 300 responses, which included a large input from developers and landowners? As a borough, I suggest we have failed to keep residents fully informed at this part of the process. We are still lacking many essential reports that would inform members, yourselves, to make informed choices as per the government's guidelines for the local plan review. We've not seen the sustainability appraisal. Placing new sites in the countryside is completely contrary to sustainable living. Many proposed sites are in our larger villages, dependent on local services, which along with infrastructure are woefully lacking. The water cycle study, yeah, we're in a water stressed area. Where are the 17,000 homes going to get their water supply? How can the River Loddon cope with all the extra sewage? It's this council's problem, not just the utility providers. The transport study, the employment study, environment bill implications and the new planning bill. We're also missing, and it's been touched earlier, on the portfolio holder and the leader's actions to kick back on the numbers. All we're getting, of course, is the comments from our leader about making expanded Basingstoke the capital. Unless I'm very much mistaken, the administration was not elected with this mandate by the residents of Basingstoke. The cancellation of members' involvement in the formal maps for the local plan is, quite frankly, I feel outrageous. This has resulted in members being asked to review all the draft policies on an impossibly fast timescale with no discussion possible. These documents have had complex tracked changes. They seem to suffer from poor version control. And to me, this demonstrates a desire to fast track a draft document at all costs to meet a timeline. Why the panic? Sadly, I fear this course of action will lead to even more debate after the consultation has taken place. And anyway, having personally risen to this task with other committed members, I am aware that there have been a very significant number of valuable comments made, but I'm concerned that the feedback will come at the end of the process by way of a wash-up session, which will be very challenging and potentially very long if it's to address all the members' comments. We have lost any track of minuted comments in this process. It will be a miracle for members to understand if all or any of them have been actioned. Out in the parishes, the general consensus, the residents of my new Bramley ward, is the strategy to build bigger, better is flawed, and from many angles. Many villages have poor infrastructure. Thank you. Contrary to the tick box exercise, I would suggest to go out to Bramley one-stop shop, and it's described as the minimum sized account, but it will still be listed as it performs a local need. Go there and shop, you'll see the lack of sustainability. Other than the climate change and the environment emergency, sustainability is at the core of many of our villages, and much of our, we will still depend on the car. We will still have poor public transport links and bad cycling roads. 10% of the local residents use a Bramley railway station because it doesn't take them where they want to go to. So that's not a lot of use. Settlement policy boundaries are being redrawn around villages to encompass new developments, and strategic gaps are being changed from plan to plan to accommodate the strategies of building Basingstoke out into our parishes. Taking the countryside.
Wrap up, please, Chris.
It's meeting up. Okay. So how are we going to maintain the spirit of our residents if we keep up this constant expansion? And how are the neighbourhood plans going to allocate the houses? We need to rethink and this attack on the villages, and before we lose their landscape and green spaces. Sadly, I think our rural strategy is heading in the wrong direction. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor Tomlin. Okay, moving on to our sixth member. It's Councillor Raffel, please.
Are we not allowed to question the individual members?
I've been advised no. Okay, so I have to run with that advice.
We did it at the first meeting, Chair.
No, I did, but I have been advised, Councillor Harvey, that it is against protocol, and so I'm
against protocol. Is it actually against the Constitution to question council? I've never known it.
I've been advised by officers, okay, that I should not have started questioning Councillor Maitland-Follett. So,
with all due respect, Chair, that does sound. Councillor Harvey has a point. It does sound highly irregular. These people have made a public presentation, and they're probably expecting us to at least question them to show a degree of interest and get some more information, if nothing else. Now, if it were the case that we've got, I don't know, so many speakers we don't have time, I could accept that as long as we had an opportunity to ask the questions offline. If that is the case, I'm happy to do that through the notes or something like that.
Okay, if you have a question on for a speaker, just for the member participation, if you wish to forward it to me, okay, then we will forward it on and get that put in the minutes somewhere. Okay.
We'll do that.
Just for the record. Just for the record. Sorry.
I'm sorry, there were two people speaking at once. Councillor Harvey.
Sorry, I apologise. I was just wanting to raise the point of order of saying, can the officers please cite the point of the Constitution, just for the record, that is being used to say where we cannot ask questions of members or ask members of the public. I would just like that on the record. If it's there, it's there, but I've never known it. And I can't remember.
I thought that myself, but I've been advised by Democratic Services and also by Tom Payne that it's irregular and against protocol, so not to do it. So that's where I'm at. Okay, so again,
I'm just looking up to the Constitution. I'll go and find it in the Constitution.
Yeah, please do. Okay, that's what I'm being advised. Okay, I have to run with what I'm being advised. If you wish to raise a question to the speaker, okay, then if you forward me it, then I will forward it to through Democratic Services, and we'll get an answer, okay, to you. So thank you very much. Would you just like to lower your hands, please, gentlemen? Thank you very much. Okay, so the next speaker, okay, is Councillor Raffel, please.
Good evening, Mark. Are you there?
Yes, Andy. Is your cuckoo clock going to go off again?
It shouldn't. No, not for another 54 minutes. So I'll make sure I mute it this time.
I'll stay within the 4 then. Good evening, members, and Happy New Year to you all. It's important you understand that I speak in my capacity as a ward councillor for the Basing and Upton Grey ward. I have been asked by them to say the following things, and I'm saying it knowing that obviously I may know other things, and like you as a committee may know other things, but they want these things articulated and said to you. My first point is that from their perspective, there has been a lack of public attack on the government's methodology on housing numbers. I emphasize that lack of public display of an attack on the government's housing numbers methodology. And that methodology, you probably all agree, is potty. No part of the country can continue to grow significantly, and we have grown significantly beyond almost any other part of the country in the last 20 years. No part of the country can continue to grow significantly without at some point hitting constraints that cannot be mitigated. And it's their view, and I represent them on this view, that we have hit significant constraints, and that the policy of pursuing a greater Basingstoke is wrong and misguided. Those constraints primarily are firstly coalescence with the surrounding villages. And this local plan update is threatening to engulf Basing, Cliddesden, Oakley, Sherburn St John and Sherfield, and cause harm to Dummer and North Waltham as well. And it comes on the back, of course, the harm that's already been done by speculative development to Bramley. And there comes a point where we cannot continue to expand Basingstoke at the rate that it has already been expanded at. So my residents wish to slow the pace of the geographical expansion of Basingstoke, not to increase it, which currently, with the housing number that's being speculated upon, it would do. My second point in terms of constraints is that we are all more aware now than we have been in the past of the harm caused to the natural environment by the persistent encroachment into that natural environment through development over many decades. But my residents fear that the council is gearing up for a site selection process without having fully evaluated the significance of the landscape and the ecology of around the borough as a whole. In other words, it has not assessed areas in terms of their overall perspective within the borough to say they are no-go areas for development.
1 minute remaining.
And it is concerned, therefore, that there is potential development on the catchment area for the River Loddon, as well as obviously the development would pollute the Loddon itself. My final point, which I've been asked to make, is in relation to the village of Newnham, a village which is in the open countryside, and the officers have struggled to put a settlement policy, a boundary around it. It is a straitjacket policy and unnecessary. And I would urge officers just to simply abandon that policy for Newnham. It doesn't need it, and it is causing them a considerable amount of concern. I could talk longer, and I could certainly answer questions, but I'm afraid I think that's all you can hear from me from. I'm sure you're relieved about that.
Thank you, Councillor Raffel. Okay, so I'd like to move on to speaker number 7, Councillor Cubitt, please.
Good evening, Annalie. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Look.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello, Annalie. Can you hear us? We can hear the rustling of the microphone. Ah, yes, you're there now.
There
Wonderful. Okay, so you have 4 minutes,
Okay, just before we start, I have to say I've been looking through the Constitution and I've been a councillor for 14 years and I've never had visiting members being denied or the public being denied ask questions by the existing members of the Scrutiny Committee. It's unheard of, unprecedented.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cubitt, but this is actually EPH, okay, not scrutiny. Okay, that's what I've been advised.
EPH
okay.
is an overview and scrutiny committee, with great respect.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
That's what I meant.
Okay, thank you.
And I've been a councillor longer than you, sir. Yeah.
Okay, Ollie, so you've got
your point of clarification. Okay, if there are any questions from members, I will forward to them and then make sure that they're put in the minutes.
Well, I think that's highly undemocratic and I wish to formally state that. Right.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, members, and Happy New Year. Firstly, I'd like you to know that I'm speaking in my capacity as a councillor tonight and not the mayor. For the sake of your residents and the wider borough, I urge you to be honest and to give a true view to the portfolio holder of this report. Firstly, the considerations outlined in this report do not support the delivery of each of the council plan priorities. It will not support local communities. It will not improve air quality. It will not improve river and landscape quality. The issues and options survey should not inform the council either, as there were only 350 participants in total, of which only 260 were residents and the rest were landowners and developers. Secondly, it states that the settlement study approach is underpinned by 3 key principles and stages, namely directing the most development to the most sustainable places, ensuring fairness by recognising past delivery and understanding local constraints and site availability. Stage 3 is supposed to test suggested housing requirements against infrastructure and environmental constraints. This document does not meet its stated objectives. I am on public record as stating that we are approaching this whole process upside down. There are key pieces of evidence which have still not been published and which should be informing the process from the beginning, not retrospectively. I am on public record as saying that this process is premature and this report is premature. The government guidance couldn't be more specific. It says councils must not retrofit evidence and must not retrofit the planning process. This is unsound. The water cycle study was supposed to have been published in February 2021, and we are advised that the consultants are still remodeling the data. What does that mean? Yet in 2007, in the water cycle study, we were advised that there was little to no strategic capacity to accommodate additional development given environmental constraints. Since then, the council has permitted thousands more houses to be built. This council has obfuscated its responsibilities by narrowing the interpretation of its duties under the Water Framework Directive and now the Withdrawal Treaty. The council has to make the River Loddon good status by latest 2027. The council has failed to adhere to its commitments under our local plan EM6, similarly for the River Test, where it has presided over a deterioration in the quality. This council was obliged to protect and improve water quality under EM6. It has not done so, nor has it fulfilled its legal duties under the local plan's monitoring and implementation paragraph. There is a direct relationship between further housing, population and sewage. And as a committee, you should be asking the portfolio holder what the headroom is for future development, not retrofitting planning on insane numbers. I remind you, Councillor Bound is presently promoting a local plan update advocating building 17,820 more houses in our borough by 2039. We are already the borough with the second highest build rate in the country. The public said enough is enough. This cannot go on ad infinitum.
1 minute remaining.
Thirdly, whilst there is a requirement to update the local plan every 5 years, there is no government obligation requiring our parishes to update their neighbourhood plan every 5 years. All our parishes undertook their neighbourhood plan in good faith to last to 2029. Our residents are truly horrified they are being required to review their settled plans negotiated with the borough in good faith. This document is requesting our medium villages as defined herein to take eye-watering new housing numbers. And regarding Old Basing and Lichfield specifically, there are glaring errors and omissions in this document weaved throughout which need to be addressed. Wording has been significantly changed and the evaluation sections on Old Basing in specific have been washed in inverted commas. For example, 5.4.8 has words like retain the character of the village removed from the previous iteration of this very same document.
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please, Annalie?
5.4.9 has also had the following words removed. It is unlikely to be acceptable for this site to be delivered in part. Finally, all I would say is it is extraordinary. There is no environmental sensitivity section in 5.4 stage 3 for Old Basing. Why? For every other settlement site, apart from Tadley, there is detailed analysis in stage 3 on environmental sensitivity. This demonstrates that 4 minutes is not sufficient time to go through all of this information. If you persist in pursuing a local plan update on this basis, I suggest you advise Councillor Bound that this process should be frozen until he and you are in receipt of the full facts. Councillor Bound is flying blind at present, and if he continues in this vein, he and his cabinet will hit severe turbulence. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cubitt. Okay, and finally, with member participation, I've got Councillor Nick Robinson.
Good evening, Nick. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. We can, loud and clear. So you have 4 minutes. I'll notify you when there are 60 seconds remaining, and your 4 minutes begin now.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Andy. Everyone in the Bramley-Sherfield ward understood the need to regain our housing land supply and revalidate our local plan. We need the protection. Bramley was asked to provide about 200 homes in the current plan period. Since then, nearly twice that have been built or approved, yet Bramley is being asked to provide about 75 more. In addition to that, there is a proposal for 140 houses at Stocks Farm in the centre of the village. These will be built in the current plan period. Will this figure be deducted from Bramley's numbers for the following period, as we will be so far ahead? The answer I'm getting generally is no, you cannot retrospectively count those numbers. Sherfield is being asked to provide 35 houses within the SPB. However, there are no sites available within the SPB. Sherfield currently has over 200 houses being built right now in the parish. Miller Homes are submitting an application for 180 at Sherfield Hill Farm, and there's an application for 120 is imminent at Dixon Road. None of these are being counted towards the 35 that Sherfield has to provide, but they're being counted towards the town allocation. They're not in our SPB. How, if we cannot build houses in the SPB because there is no space, and anything that's outside the SPB doesn't count to our allocation, how can we fulfill this policy? It's ludicrous. It appears that new allocations do not reflect the over delivery of this ward. And in an effort to reinstate our housing land supply, we're being asked to build on the very land we should be protecting. It's the time this council look to other wards which so far have been lucky enough to escape excessive development. Our landscape is just as important as everybody else's. Please remember, Sherfield Park was built in Sherfield and Loddon in 2000 and was part of Sherfield and Loddon until 2015. That's 1,000 more houses that this parish took. Finally, over the last couple of years on DC, I have seen DC refuse planning applications which are allocated. And looking forwards, I can see sites which are being allocated, which I think there is a serious danger that DC will throw out as being unviable. How is that going to help us? That is just going to shoot us in the foot, because we will then fail to deliver what is in our local plan and
1 minute remaining.
Exactly the same situation we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Okay, moving on to the public participation. I'd like to call on the first speaker, Andrew Morris, please.
Good evening, Andrew. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Good evening. I can hear you fine.
Yep, loud and clear. So you have 2 minutes, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds of your allotted time remaining. And those 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. Good evening, members. My name's Andy Morris. I'm Strategic Land Director for Bewley Homes, a local house building business. First, it's really good to see that the climate change strategy is considered to be the golden thread running through the emerging plan. This must be the starting point for decisions to ensure we concentrate on reducing our impact on the environment. What we see in the office's presentation is a fairly traditional approach to distributing a housing requirement, ranking existing settlements to understand their relative sustainability. They're then tested to check if there is capacity for growth in each area. If there is not, that need is redistributed. Where this truly cannot be done, a council then, as a last resort, needs to look beyond its boundaries. This approach is not dissimilar to what is already in the 2015 plan, which begs the question, is there a need to change it? Officers have tackled this to a certain extent, but have looked at growth in isolation and not at the relationships between settlements beyond the administrative area. Take the north of the borough, which shares its boundary with West Berkshire. There are a number of locations along that boundary which are in close proximity to Newbury and share a stronger relationship to Newbury than Basingstoke. The evidence tells us that people already make this commute. My suggestion is for the council to reflect on such evidence and make sure that the softer links between settlements can be accounted for. As things stand, sites peripheral to the borough fall outside the council's sphere of suitable locations. This is despite being on the doorstep of Newbury and accessible to the town, including its wide range of services and facilities. Without intervention, the spatial strategy would continue to look at sites such as this as incompatible, when in reality they offer the potential for arguably more sustainable outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Okay, let's move on now to Mr. Patterson.
Sorry, Chair, there is a hand up. Are we able to question members of the public who speak?
No. Okay, so let's move on to Mr. Patterson, please.
Good evening, Mr. Patterson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Good. We can, loud and clear. So you have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds of your time remaining, and those 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. I'm Chris Patterson, Director of Planning at Turnberry, representing 2 local landowners on the site collectively called North Whitchurch, Whit 13, 14 and 1. Now, we understand the difficult choices before you, but my message tonight is not to disperse growth and with it the impacts across the rural area. We're asking you to consolidate growth to drive sustainability and investment in places such as Whitchurch. We've written to you all summarising the challenges facing Whitchurch and how we believe our new neighbourhoods, individually and in aggregate, bring infrastructure investment the town needs. I'll list them now. New housing for young people and young families who tell us they want to see more of it. New local employment to supplement the mature Ardglen industrial estate. A new primary school for the town to avoid bulge classes in the existing school. New shops and services and support for existing services. A new relief road to reduce congestion in the middle of the town. A new car park adjoining the railway station with disabled access to the platforms. This is not complicated infrastructure. This is not jam tomorrow, it's butter. Our scale means we can deliver on the sustainability agenda too, such as providing a new district heating network. We've devoted large areas of our sites for public access, rewilding, biodiversity improvements and nitrate neutrality. We are aware of the responsibility that comes with expansion of an existing community. That is why, in addition to new infrastructure investment, we've given thought to the importance of legacy. First, we propose to set aside the River Test Meadow for all residents to access and enjoy. Second,
30 seconds.
A new green swathe across the edge of our development to preserve views of the AONB. In fact, we want to preserve many of the areas Whitchurch Conservation Group have highlighted to you. We also want to set up a community trust and fund that through a service charge so that there can be investment in the network's footpaths and including the Silk Museum around the town. That will help integrate the new community with the existing community. These things are possible when you work with a committed landowner capable of working at scale rather than smaller sites and house builders. We understand the concern.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
We understand the concern, but a lot of people have seen housing growth but no infrastructure. But that is why North Whitchurch is different. It's the good growth option and needs your backing tonight. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Patterson. Okay, let's move on to Susan Turner, please.
Good evening, Susan. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. So you have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds of your time remaining, and your 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking for Newnham Parish Council concerning Newnham Village, which is assessed to have 160 residents. Newnham has been designated a Category 4 settlement, but I'm to ask councillors to please consider that Newnham's rural identity is best served by remaining in the open countryside. Newnham wasn't included in the draft version of the settlement study consulted on. Its inclusion came later and so not included in the consultation. The Parish Council met with planning policy officers September last. We were given to understand that because of the new criteria, Newnham's inclusion is now automatic. But Appendix B to the reports back details other villages meeting Category 4 criteria, but excluded due to the nature of the settlements. The Parish Council was invited to comment on the detail of the proposed boundary for Newnham, and on consideration of this, officers agreed that the area of Newnham, as formed around the green, is not suitable for the settlement policy boundary. It is sensitive in terms of the heritage and infill not appropriate. This is the crux of the Parish Council's argument, not about the detail of where a boundary could be, but that a settlement policy is inappropriate for Newnham's rural identity. The area around the green is Newnham. It is the centre and heart and identity of Newnham village. And as this, as agreed by officers, is not suitable for an SPB, Newnham should have been scoped out at the same time as other unsuitable settlements.
30 seconds.
The remedy was instead that a much smaller SPB be drawn just around Newnham Road. The Parish Council on discussion considers this to be the worst of both worlds, splitting the identity of the village rather than promoting a cohesive sense of place. To consider, please, that Newnham's last-minute inclusion has not allowed sufficient time for either a fully formed assessment or reassessment. And in the context that Newnham's inclusion as a Category 4 has zero impact in terms of housing numbers, to ask council,
can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Newnham's request for re-evaluation of a Category 4, and so to remain in the open countryside. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. It's Ms. Turner. Okay, I'd like to move on to Sheila Peacock, please.
Good evening, Sheila. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. So, as you probably know by now, you've got 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds remaining, and those 2 minutes begin now.
First of all, I regret that you can't see me. We did get agreement that we should be able to see petitioners. Anyway, this is from Basingstoke Transition Network. We've campaigned since its outset on reducing carbon emissions to be the norm in planning decisions. And so the points that we want to make specifically on the rural part of the local plan are pretty obvious. The houses, wherever they are, should be at minimum carbon neutral and generate energy, and they should certainly not have propane or oil heating. The plan must encourage community energy generation and leave space for that, and in particular to avoid small individually owned wind turbines, which are noisy and inefficient. Our second big point is that biodiversity in the borough is already under threat, and the plan must include maximum active rewilding, as well as strictly avoiding building on existing hotspots such as the Loddon Valley. And we endorse the SOLV, Save Our Loddon Valley campaign. And the plan must take a holistic view of nature recovery networks to ensure that wild areas are interconnected and to prevent ribbon development along major roads, such as the A340, from creating barriers to wildlife movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheila. Okay, let's move on to Simon Greaves, please.
Chair, just while you're doing that, as a point of order, just to clarify, the Constitution does not rule out asking questions. The Constitution is clear that it's actually at your discretion. It lies with you as the chair, as any chair, to decide what is in this protocol. And this council has always thus far allowed questions at committee of both members and members of the public. So with all due respect, it isn't for officers to rule you out of doing it. It's for you yourself to come to a judgment as the chair as to whether you would allow it. I'm sorry to put that one on you, Stuart, but the Constitution is not prescriptive. It doesn't say you cannot ask questions. It is your choice as chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. I've been having a text conversation, okay, which basically we've come to exact the same. I personally would have preferred to have had questions on two visiting councillors. However, if you forward me the questions, okay, then what we will do, just to make it fair for everybody, what we will do, okay, is we will circulate the questions to get answers, and then we'll circulate the answers, okay, to the committee, so that everybody sees, okay, the answers to the questions. I'm sorry that is it's not really good enough. It would have been great to have spent some time asking questions of some of the speakers, okay, but now we are that far into it, okay. Unfortunately, I think it's only fair that that's what we do. So that's what I am proposing. But thank you, Councillor Harvey. I do appreciate your point of order. Okay, Councillor Watts, you had your hand up. Okay, do you want to say something or?
Yeah, just I would echo that. I've just read the Constitution, and it doesn't say anything about not asking questions to visiting members.
I'm sure that's the case, which is why I started down that vein. Okay,
So,
however, I was advised, okay, that it is against protocol.
It's not against protocol. It's not even in the Constitution.
No. Don't worry, committee. What I will do is I will take this up with officers tomorrow morning. Okay, I've already made them aware of my ire. Okay.
And who's running this council? Is it councillors or officers that don't know the Constitution? So let's get our facts right.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and that echoes my point entirely, Councillor Watt. So if you forward me the questions, okay, we will forward the questions to the relevant people, and then what we'll do is we'll ensure that the committee gets answers. Okay, it's very straightforward. Okay, unfortunately, it's a little bit more long-winded rather than just asking a question and getting an answer, but that's the best I can do at this particular time.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor McCormick, point of order.
Can I request that the advice you've received by officers, even if it is by text, be made available to the members of the committee?
I will take that under consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on to Tracy Woodruff, please.
I think we were waiting for Simon Greaves.
Oh, sorry, I do beg your pardon. Simon Greaves.
Chair, Simon Greaves hasn't joined the meeting.
Okay, well, let's move on then. Okay, and we can always add him at the end if he does join. Okay, Tracy Woodruff, please.
Good evening, Tracy. Welcome to the committee meeting. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So
hold on, Councillor. Before you start the clock, I was assured I had 4 minutes from Democratic Services.
No, it's actually 2 minutes.
Yeah, members of the council have 4 minutes, and members of the public only have 2 minutes.
And it's Councillor Woodruff as well. So, thank you, councillors. I'm Chairman and Mayor of Whitchurch Town Council. I'm going to reduce dramatically my speech now. So for the Borough Council, I would like you to push back on the central government allocations based on the methodology underpinning the housing needs assessments has been mentioned. Whitchurch Town Council have moved ahead with this already, having had a letter from Kit Malthouse on the 17th, which is now being considered by the new Secretary of State. 900 dwellings a year is an artificial figure inflated by nearly 30% to supposedly reduce house prices. Our demographic housing need is 675 dwellings, not 900. And at a recent select committee on November 8th, it was suggested housing targets would be scrapped and replaced with a system that properly respects local need, setting and environment. Please, councillors, pause the process until new central government policy is clear, or at least explore a lower level of growth. Number 2, Whitchurch should be properly recognised for its past and current contributions. We're having a big uplift, and 310 houses would effectively be a burden of 34% and 45% increase respectively if we go back to 2001. And we've had a relative settlement increase much higher than anyone else in the borough.
30 seconds remaining.
We also have a huge amount of restrictions within Whitchurch, the aquifer, especially, and the lack of water cycle study mentioned, the geography, the high level of environmental and ecological restraints, and it goes on and on and on, the river test being the most important in its declining condition.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Yeah, number 3, Whitchurch Town Council's intention is to allocate housing via the neighbourhood plan, and we thank Joe Bromley for making that an option for us. In summary, we have not been presented with any evidence that 310 dwellings is required or is fair. We also do not believe that the constraints of Whitchurch have been properly assessed, including the impact on the aquifer and river test. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Woodruff. Okay, I'd like to now call forward Richard Maitland, please.
Richard, good evening. Welcome to the committee. Can you hear us?
I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So
Fantastic.
You have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds remaining, and your 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. My aim today is to urge you to consider Whitchurch's environmental constraints within the local plan, specifically the river test and the role of the aquifer and the AONB in determining water quality. There are fewer than 200 chalk streams in the world, 85% of which are in the UK. The river test, which flows through Whitchurch, is the preeminent global chalk stream, rarer than rainforest, and only protected by an incredibly narrow site of special scientific interest, as indeed are other rivers in the neighbourhood like the Loddon. Chalk streams are unique because of their remarkably clear water, constant flows, and negligible sediment loads. This is the result of where the water comes from. These are not like other rivers. They are naturally fed from underground chalk aquifers and are not from the runoff of recent rain. Now, the North Wessex Downs AONB, of which the speculative landowner Genco's North Whitchurch plan is part, is underlain by chalk and is critical to ensuring water quality of the river test and the Winterbourne tributaries. Development on this nationally protected landscape will place immense pressure on the river test, with impurities such as phosphates, nitrates, tar and concrete all entering the river in greater quantities, not only through entry into the aquifer, but also as a result of immediately increased runoff that will result from turning pasture woodland and other agricultural land into housing.
30 seconds.
The AONB to the north of Whitchurch, WIT 13 and WIT 14, are therefore critical and should be left as they are. Only 15% of the UK has been classified as AONB. There is good reason for this protection. Basingstoke and Dean's own authority monitoring report states a significant part of the borough is affected by nitrates and mentions Whitchurch, Overton and other places. So with this in mind, how can any credible allocation of housing development be made for Whitchurch before B&D publishes the water catchment study? We have to see that it is a critical bit of information and must inform planning decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Maitland. Okay, let's move on to Philip Adler, please.
Good evening, Philip. Welcome. Can you hear us?
I can.
Good. I'm sure you know the rules by now, so your 2 minutes begin now.
Yeah, I shall be very brief. I'm the chairman of the Gables, which is a small dwelling to the east of Whitchurch. Many of the points that I would make have already been made by the various Whitchurch speakers, but I have 3 points. One is that any more building to the east of Whitchurch will inevitably place more overall pressure on the local countryside, much of which is already designated as an ANOB or an SSSI, and also we're within the conservation area. The other point about the east of Whitchurch development is that the key infrastructure at the moment in Whitchurch, schools, shops, doctors, etc., are vastly to the west of the line between the road to Newbury and the road to Winchester. So anything to the east will obviously take longer to get to those key infrastructure areas. And the third point, which I echoed some of the other speakers, is that 310 houses seems to me to be quite clear that that goes beyond the fair share for Whitchurch. So those are my 3 points.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Adler, thank you very much. Let's move on to Rupert Nabarro, please.
Good evening, Rupert. Welcome. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. So your
Good,
2
good, good.
minutes begin now.
Thanks so much. Rupert Navarro. I'm a member of the RICS and the RTPI. I have the incredible rarity of an OBE for services to the property industry. I tell you, that's difficult to get. We purchased Beer Mill, a local beauty spot, in 1993 and the farm north of the B3400 in 2015. The narrow slither of Genco land, which I take to be the Turnberry presentation, the narrow slither sits between our farm and Whitchurch. We run a traditional livestock farm aiming at self-sufficiency. There are no chemicals. We use our own grass, birth to slaughter cycle of stock. The land drains the River Test through a water meadow and at the top of the site by a Winterbourne, which has run in 3 of the last 5 years. The farm is sustained by its own butchery, the North Hampshire Hospitals Festival, and tourism through the Mill Trail. It's seen a very large increase in recreational use over the last 15 years as land to the east and south of Whitchurch has been built on. Whitchurch joins the countryside on its east side at the bluff beyond Beer Hill, and below this on the outer barrier of the hillside estate. Beyond this, the speculative Genco proposals endanger the water meadows onto which development will drain, and the existing fine, interesting and rare flora and habitats, and of course, endanger the River Test, the area's most valuable environmental asset. They build on steep valley slopes of the Winterbourne, which drains the River Test. They'll cut off access to the network of footpaths over our land by building the roundabout. I think the proposals are really totally speculative, with very severe environmental and social downsides, and frankly should be declared now as not open to consideration by the serious people involved in the planning process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Navarro. Okay, let's move on to Malcolm Bell stroke Anthony Durant on behalf of Bromley Parish Council.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Malcolm. Welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. Are you by yourself or are you with Anthony?
Yes, that is correct.
Sorry, so which one of those two?
Well, Councillor Durant also was on in 2 minutes as well, as we understood.
Okay, yeah, we can make that work as individual speakers. So your 2 minutes, Malcolm, begin now.
Thank you. I can only respond, councillors, to this report from Bramley's point of view. On paper, Bramley meets the requirements of fitting into Category 3, the sustainability being considered in relation to its access to services and facilities. It has a convenience store, inclusive of post office, which is stated is capable of meeting day-to-day requirements. 100 metres from the railway crossing causes traffic mayhem because of parking on the C32. It has a primary school, which according to paragraph 5.115 is capable of being expanded by 0.5 FE within the existing building, equivalent to 300 to 400 more dwellings. On the ground, the executive head teacher tells us that this, with the pupil admission numbers this year, the role will be 525 over 7 years and accordingly will require further school expansion. No spare capacity. In terms of health, there is a doctor's surgery, which is stated as a capacity of 1,000 additional patients. On the ground, the senior partner at Cliff Meadow states the surgery is at full capacity, 7,700 registered patients, not only as a building, but also as a workforce. Highway infrastructure constraints are caused by the railway crossing, down for in excess of 40 minutes per hour, causing a quarter-mile queues of traffic either side. Traffic has been logged at over 3,300 cars per day. The report recognises there are constraints relating to water. The sewage with sewage spillage. Present work by Thames has resulted in a statement that recommends no development until the solution is in place to increase the capacity of the sewage infrastructure, a statement which officers have. Without the infrastructure to accommodate the existing community, never mind further housing, I'm sorry to say that Bramley will be destroyed as a village, as will other communities in the same position, for the sake of contributing to the housing shortage in the borough. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Is Anthony Durant there, please?
Good evening, Anthony. Are you there?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. So you have 2 minutes.
Excellent.
And those 2 minutes
Okay.
begin now.
Right. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify a few points. Bramley, since the local plan was implemented, have contributed 353 homes, either built or given permission, against an at least of 200, which is significant increase. It has also absorbed 700 homes, half of which are built and half of which have permission to cope with Basingstoke's surge northwards into our parish. It's a shame you can't see me, because I wanted to give you a little sort of demonstration of our problem, but I'll just describe it to you. Using criteria to prove sustainability is flawed. I look at, I've got here in front of me a box of Smarties. It's a container. It meets all the criteria of being a container. It's hollow, it has a solid base, and it has a lid that opens. I've spent most of the afternoon trying to fit 10% more Smarties in that box, and they won't go. Okay, it is not sustainable as a container, as Bramley is not sustainable for more development. So I would ask you to reconsider the allocations to Bramley, certainly the designation of Bramley as a
30 seconds.
That's all I really wanted to say, just to make the point. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durant. Okay, let's move on to Kate Tuck, please.
Good evening, Kate. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. You're just a little bit quiet. So if you're able to move just a bit closer to the microphone, that would be hugely appreciated.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's great. So you have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds remaining, and your 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. There are a number of inconsistencies with documents and how the assessments have been applied, which need to be cleared up as we progress through the local plan update. I'll give two detailed examples, so brace. In the section housing requirements for medium villages, first at Old Basing in Litchpit, the section on environmental sensitivity is omitted and must be included. So, for example, page 44, 120 of the doc pack for Oakley, it exists. In fact, Oakley has views that consider the setting of heritage assets within the conservation area and some sites with archaeological potential. The second example of inconsistency is that Old Basing apparently has no heritage. History is mentioned once relating to narrow twisting lanes and once under highways, historic character that restricts the flow of traffic. Basing House is mentioned once as a scheduled ancient monument, listed a historic listed park and garden, whereas other villages such as Overton, page 25 or 101 of the pack, have heritage assets and conservation areas mentioned in abundance, which I am delighted about. I also compare it with Kingsclear, another medium-sized village, page 40 or 116, which has a sensitive historic environment, and the recently adopted conservation area appraisal and management plan identify the significance of the conservation area and its heritage assets.
30 seconds.
It is a place where heritage considerations have a significant bearing over any development proposals. In conclusion, for Kingsclear, it states, however, the village's landscape and heritage sensitives may impact upon site yields. No such comment for Basing. Old Basing has no archaeology mentioned and is unrepresented in terms of history, historic character, weight given to the conservation area and its setting, to the river valley landscape and its views, sinks, ancient woodland and setting. These inconsistencies must be remedied. I reiterate that the housing numbers we're working to are out of date, and if Hodds Farm were developed, it would increase the houses in Old Basing by over 50%. How can any council describe such a huge increase as
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please?
And retaining village character? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kate. Okay, now let's move on to Julian Jones, please.
Good evening, Julian. Can you hear us? Looks like you might still be on mute.
Am I off now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Good. So as you know, you've got 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds remaining. And your 2 minutes begin now.
Okay, I'd like to echo the comments of so many people this evening, both on the failure to develop many down, which has resulted in huge development in my parish. The water cycle, it's ridiculous that any development on our side of the ridge is pumped up to 5 miles to Chinham before it's released into the Loddon. And finally, all the environmental points that are made, we're meant to be making a more sustainable location, and instead we're building this far from the facilities of the town. But my main point is the drafting of the report on development in Category 4 villages, and particularly Dummer. Whereas we are required to build 10 houses, and when the settlement policy boundary was tightly drawn around Dummer because it's also a conservation area, and it wanted to retain the setting of the conservation area. That means there's very little room in the settlement policy boundary for development, and yet we're required to develop 10 houses within the settlement policy boundary, or 2 groups of 5 adjacent to it. The curious thing is that the borough's officers carelessly recommend developments like the golf course, where we demolished 2 houses, and indeed the warehouse site at Oakdown Farm, where 3 buildings were to be demolished and 3 other houses at Ganderdown were to be taken out of residential use. This is a ridiculous thing, and particularly as we're in fact building within the parish boundaries 2,200 houses, of which 400 are already present on the fairways and Longacre, and there's already occupation of houses on Hounslow Fields.
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please?
Okay, that's it. We're taking a huge number of houses, which are just counted, as was mentioned earlier, within the town now. You've redesignated those as part of Basingstoke rather than the parish. That's it.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Frost, you're on mute.
Thank you very much. Okay, so thank you very much, Julian. Let's move on to John Darker, please.
Good evening, John. Welcome. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. So, like everyone else, you have 2 minutes, and those 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you. I'm speaking for Sherfield-on-Loddon Parish Council. The first thing to note is an error in the report. Page 106, para 5, 117, states that the water treatment works are in Bramley. This is incorrect. They are in Sherfield-on-Loddon. The report also identifies road congestion in Bramley caused by the level crossing, but ignores the fact that this congestion then moves to Sherfield for traffic accessing or leaving the A33. The traffic assessment has yet to be completed, so we do not understand how Hampshire Highways can say that traffic is not considered to be a critical constraint here or on the A33. The report indicates that Sherfield-on-Loddon has met its requirement for 10 dwellings under policy SS5. However, the report now requires 35 more houses to be built within the settlement boundary, yet notes that no land for such development is available. This proposal is equally invalidated by the proposal to build hundreds of houses in the south of the parish, which has not been factored into the calculations, nor have windfall houses been taken into account. 17 in the last 4 years, with a further 13 pending. In short, apart from the issue of flooding and water treatment and sewerage problems, it's found in both Sherfield and new housing in Bramley, we question why Sherfield is being asked to accept not just 35 houses, but also hundreds in the south of the parish. We're clear that this development will have a significant and detrimental effect on the character of the parish, and will destroy its rural identity, biodiversity, and the quality of its rivers. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Darker. Okay, can we move on to Jane Dooley, please?
Good evening, Jane. Welcome to the committee. Can you hear us?
I can hear you quite clearly. Can you hear me?
And we can hear you as well. Yeah. So you have 2 minutes, and those 2 minutes begin now.
I'm speaking on behalf of Overton Parish Council. The settlement study appears to base its outcomes on the features of a settlement. The principle that if a village has certain facilities or services, then it must be suitable for future growth. If you look at those items listed with reference to Overton, it's really not the case. Overton is a village that was thriving back in the 14th century. Then it was significantly impacted by the Black Death. The charter as a town was removed in 1587. In 1712, it had a paper mill built. In 1754, it was set up as part of the stagecoach route to London. The major road system and the infrastructure was designed around all of these events. It was not built for the volume of cars or lorries or people that have come forward since. The railway station was built in 1854. Pre-pandemic, the parking situation was dire. Cars parked down entrance roads and across private property accesses. An unadopted road means it's a hazard to cyclists, pedestrians and vehicles due to the surface needing replacement. The dentist is a private practice. The pharmacy has a queue most days, as does the butchers, the bakers and the greengrocers. The GP surgery is part of a practice where the patient numbers have increased by 540 since the pandemic. Demand for appointments is still outstripping pre-COVID levels. The primary school has a waiting list. So as a village, Overton is slowly but surely being overwhelmed by development. It's not a case of NIMBYism. It's a cold, hard fact the village is struggling to cope with the recent developments, let alone further housing. How are we supposed to accommodate a further 82 houses just passed by planning at Twoggate Lane, a planning appeal Overton lost despite valid objections regarding density and road safety?
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please?
Yeah, Overton has an outstanding sustainable group who've led the way in Hampshire for projects and innovation to reduce the effects of climate change, including the newly formed Test Source Energy Group. Yet they've got no say regarding the green development for the future. Where is the voice of the village? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. Okay, I'd now like to move on to Brian Langer, please.
Brian, good evening. Can you hear us?
I can, thank you.
Good. Okay, I know you had some concerns about the technology, but it all seems to be working. So you have 2 minutes, and those 2 minutes begin now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My comments relate to the sustainability appraisal and the settlement study. Under SA3, it says that, well, the new estates that have been built recently are increasingly off the main Stagecoach 76 bus route. And the need to improve the road network could be jeopardized if buses and cars going towards Basingstoke in the next few years are diverted through Manydown, for the journey to take longer and losing access to the leisure park and other facilities. The community bus 74 is funded by Hampshire County Council under community transport. There's no certainty of its continuing, and the housing estates, which are increasingly approved, are very difficult to run a community bus because there's no circular route. Buses are not supposed to reverse when carrying passengers. The station, the comment's already been made that parking is an issue there, has been for years. And a parish council survey some years back showed that Overton station was used by people who came from miles away because technically it's a free parking area.
30 seconds.
As estates extend the urban boundary of Basingstoke, urban boundary of Overton, so car trips become more the preferred option. And so severe parking issues close to the shops and services. Where under page 26, 4122, a comment made about the station, albeit some distance from the village centre. but there is scope to make use of it. I think that is doubtful unless you actually use a car to get to it, because the bulk of the current development of the village is south of the B3400 and is—
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please, Brian?
Quite a distance from the station. And I asked the borough, have they ever done a survey? Where do people work in the houses that they give approval for? Because I think that is a major issue, that we could be building houses for people who have no connection with Basingstoke or the borough itself.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask you to stop there, Brian. Thank you. Chair, you're on mute.
Sorry about that, committee. Yeah, thank you very much, Brian. I'd like to move to Joe Slimming now, please.
Good evening, Joe. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Good evening. I hope you can.
Yes, yeah, loud and clear. So you have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds remaining, and those 2 minutes begin now.
Oh, thank you. My name is Joe Slimming. I've been a
I'm sorry, Joe. Can we just stop there, Andy? Can we start Joe again, please?
Yeah, Joe, you're breaking up a bit. I'm not sure if there's anything you can do at your end to facilitate the connection, but let's start again. So your 2 minutes begin now. Joe, are you there?
of Bullhurst, the built-up area, and Pamper Heath. So 945 houses were originally suggested.
Joe, can we just stop you there, please? Joe, can you just stop you there? Okay, you've only just you disappeared. Okay, for quite a while. So I'd like to start you again, please.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's the technology. It's not your fault. Okay, but if you can, Andy, are you ready to start again?
Yep, yeah, ready whenever you are.
Okay, so Joe, if you can start from the beginning, please.
Okay, thank you.
2 minutes now.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
I'm the town council and been so for 39 years. And I'm not speaking on behalf of the town council, although my views are reflected in the town council's response. I'm only going to speak about Tadley, but I do actually concur with lots of the comments that have been made in general. Tadley is now considered to be one settlement, the built-up areas of Bullhurst and Pamper Heath. So we were given 945 new homes in the original suggestion. That is a 15% increase in what we currently have in that area. This number has now, as you know, been reduced to 0, or is recommended, because of AWE and because of the constraints on planning there. These have been in place for some considerable time. The report itself suggests that we stopped developing in 1970s, but that is not correct. We've continued to develop and had more housing, major housing, in the 80s and into the 90s. So we are a good example of how not to deliver something that hasn't been planned. 0 will be welcomed by many people because we've got training.
Sorry, Joe, can we stop you there, please? Okay, you've broken up again. Okay, I don't know how much time she's got left, Andy, but
we've got about 40 seconds left.
Okay, but we need to get Joe back and give her the 40 seconds.
Joe, are you there? Hello, Joe. Can you hear us?
I don't think she's there. Maybe we can get Julia to contact Joe. Do you have a mobile number, Joe? Julia?
No, I don't think I do. I think we only had her email address. I'll have a look and see what I can find.
Right, thank you. Maybe a search of Tadley Town Council's website might be beneficial. Okay, what we'll do is we'll move on, okay, to Simon Barker, please.
Good evening, Simon. Welcome. Can you hear us?
Good evening. I can indeed.
Good, and we can hear you loud and clear as well. So you have 2 minutes, hopefully uninterrupted by any technical issues this time, and I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds remaining. Your 2 minutes begin now.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. Simon Barker, and I am a member of Cliddesden Parish Council. Little bit of background for those that aren't aware of the village. It's around 200 homes and 400 residents, making it a Category 4 small village in the local plan terms. Under the current local plan allocation, we were asked to provide a minimum of 10 new dwellings, and we have actually delivered close to triple that amount and around 30 finished completed homes. Going forward, we've been asked to accommodate 20 new dwellings, and shock horror, probably the first speaker tonight to say, as a parish council, we want to support that, but we want to support the right types of homes. What has been built historically have been the larger 3, 4, 5 bedroom houses, which there is a need for some, but the vast majority of those 30 homes have sat within that category. What we are struggling to do is to find somebody with suitable land to put forward to build the 1 and 2 and potentially 3 bed smaller homes within our parish. The report put forward this evening for your consideration reiterates the borough's priority about supporting local communities, and I think that point sits very squarely there. It also talks about improving air quality and improving the river and the landscape quality.
30
I would like
seconds
to take
remaining.
the opportunity to reiterate the points made earlier by the visiting ward councillors, and not my own, but the others, particularly Councillor Pollitt-Maitland, Councillor Tomlin and Councillor Taylor's points regarding how can you make a decision when there are still critical bits of data missing, and when will we as the public get to hear any feedback on the commitment made last year to push back on the housing numbers to national government. Thank you, Chair, for the time this evening.
It's a pleasure, Mr. Barker. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our final speaker at the moment is John Whitfield, please.
Good evening, John. Welcome. Can you hear us?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. So you have 2 minutes. I'll let you know when there's 30 seconds of your time remaining.
Thank you. My position is speaking on behalf of Hannington. I appreciate that Hannington is currently not determined as meeting the criteria for sustainable growth. However, within the document, it says that this and other villages will be considered further. I'm not quite sure what that means, but just addressing that. Hannington and the AONB in which it sits would be adversely affected by overdevelopment of surrounding villages such as Overton, Whitchurch, Kingsclere and elsewhere, since the roads that they use will become clogged if they are overdeveloped, and the roads around Hannington will become rat runs even more than they already are. There is a theme developing from a public perspective of expansion for commercial sake rather than meeting local needs. And I highlight some of the concerns raised by Mr. Tomlin and Ms. Cubitt earlier, that there is information missing which should be used to determine a proper decision by this committee. Hannington has 2 of the 3 potential facilities, one of which is the pub likely to be under threat because of COVID and the changing habits of people. We have very poor access into the village by ill-maintained roads. No bus service to speak of, once a week, 1.5 miles from the village. Access at this time in the winter, or has been to date, been very difficult, and the roads are showing excessive wear. Other services, thank you, other services have been reduced or stopped. The village is in the catchment area for water protection, and most of the houses are not on public drainage. The theme that I get, and which I emphasise to this committee from everything that's been said, is that the rural environs of Basingstoke are being affected by a policy to build houses for commercial expansion, not the needs of local committees and local communities. May I finish on the point made by Mr. Brian Langer? I suspect the only sustainable housing needed by an awful lot of villages, including Overton and others that would affect Hannington, are small, affordable housing and next stage housing for local people that cannot be extended for profit, and not building for commuting, which is all the building that I've
ask you to stop there, please, John.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Whitfield. I understand from Democratic Services that we have Joe Slimming back with us. So I know there's been a few technical difficulties, but I would like to hear what she has to say. So, Joe.
Joe, are you there?
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry.
Good.
I keep on disappearing. It must be Chadley's technology. How good it is. I don't
That's okay. You
know.
had about 40 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
Where I got to, I think, was talking about the situation being
Joe,
zero, and
sorry,
that
Joe, you
we
keep
were
breaking up.
supposed to have only had 10 houses in the last plan, but we actually got 130, despite the confidence at all that we will, in fact, only get zero.
Well,
Joe, have you gone? Joe, I don't know if you can hear me, but obviously the technology between Basingstoke and Tadley is not very good. So if you want to email me your speech, then what we'll do is we'll circulate that through to the committee. Hello, Julia.
Yep.
Okay, can we contact Joe and get a transcript of her speech so we circulate that to the committee, please?
Yeah, I have already emailed her to say if she's got it in writing, if she could forward it.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Okay, what I'd like to do, committee.
Sorry, Chair, just before we do that, we did miss out on Simon Greaves earlier. I'm not sure if he's joined us belatedly and would be able to speak now.
Yep, he still hasn't joined, I'm afraid.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair.
That's all right. So it's now 11 minutes past 8. What I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break, okay, so that we can come back refreshed. So meet back here just under 10 minutes at 20 past 8, please, committee. Thank you. Evening, members. Right, is everybody back? Just waiting for Councillor Carr. Great. Okay. I do actually have Joe Slimmins or precis of Joe Slimmins' text, okay, which I've just been sent by email. I'm happy to read it out. Okay, should the committee bear with me for a couple of minutes, or alternatively, we can have it circulated. Does anybody have a preference?
Read it out now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm happy to do that. Okay. So, bearing in mind that I am not Joe Slimming, okay, the text says, I am Joe Slimming and have been a Tadley Town Councillor for some 39 years and have also been a Borough Councillor. I am not here today to speak on behalf of the Town Council. Okay, these comments reflect my personal views. Tadley is now considered within one settlement boundary together with built-up areas of Borghurst and Pamper Heath. 945 new homes were suggested, with 6,452 dwellings and a population of 14,960. This allocation represents a 15% increase and would have to be accommodated mainly on greenfield sites in the south of Tadley. The number is reduced to 0 because of the proximity to the atomic weapons establishment, as promoted sites fall mainly within the restricted detail emergency planning zone, the DEPZ, around the AWE site, so it is felt unlikely to be achieved, okay, and homes have been allocated elsewhere. I have been involved with local plans since 1983. Major housing development continued from the 1950s through to the 1990s, from a small village of approximately 250 dwellings in the early 1950s to today, which demonstrates how a lack of proper planning can lead to communities living with poor infrastructure and lack of facilities. Zero allocation will mean that our already straining infrastructure won't have further pressure placed upon it, and greenfields will remain greenfields. This will, of course, please many local people. However, the last local plan allocated 10 new homes, and we got 130 despite the emergency planning restrictions, so nothing is written in tablets of stone. Zero means that we will lose an opportunity at the local level to identify suitable small sites to meet the needs of our local residents, with a chance to demand infrastructure improvements alongside. We know there will be planning applications coming forward, so we might still get development through successful developer appeal or lack of objection to proposals from the emergency planners, as there is no consistency in that process at present. There is now an estimated shortfall of 2,399 homes to meet local affordable housing needs, and we have a housing waiting list wanting homes in Tadley. We need more social housing and retirement homes that local people can afford. Zero allocation will not help fill this. Tadley is considered a suitable hub for about 25,000 people, but has no town centre. Only a limited variety of shopping outlets, restaurants, dentists, a shortfall in sports pitches and halls, no banks, and an opportunity to reach any other nearby towns, adjoining villages, or railway station by public transport other than Basingstoke. Our more rural areas don't even have easy access to the number 2 bus service that runs via the A340. Reliance on a car, for those who can afford one, okay, has been forced upon many people, and in these times where we need to reduce our carbon footprint, sustainability is brought into question. Finally, many residents have great concerns about accessing our local health services. However, the practice that has commented that they could accommodate a further 300 dwellings if additional funding was available. Does this account for the 120 bed care home that has already been granted planning permission? Local plans and updates should give the opportunity to identify and address recognise concerns, but as it stands, the Tadley area's needs will not be promoted, and there is little chance of any improvements in our local infrastructure being delivered through the LPU process. So I would like to ask the committee how you plan to ensure consistency from the emergency planners if zero is agreed, and how will you address these other concerns, as it seems the LPU will not. Thank you very much. Okay. So there we go. If anybody's got any question on that or anything that any other speakers said, if they want to email Julia at Democratic Services, we'll get that sent out to the relevant speaker for answers, and then we'll ensure that answers are circulated back. So committee, moving on to the local plan update, developing the spatial strategy for the rural areas. I understand that Matt Millville has a very quick presentation for us, okay, just to help explain some of the intricacies and techniques that are being used. Okay, so I'd like to hand over to Matt, please.
Good evening, members. I'm just trying to get the technology to work to get the presentation on screen for you. Are we able to all see that the slide?
At the moment, yes.
Okay, that's a good start. Okay. Okay, so tonight I will provide a brief overview of how the housing requirements for the rural settlements have been identified through the settlement study. These requirements may either be met through allocations in the local plan update or through neighbourhood planning.
We've only got the, oh, there we go.
Here we are. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a technical problem, but I'm back on it now. Okay. So the report to September EPH committee identified that some growth in the rural settlements should be a guiding principle for the plan. However, national policy is not prescriptive about how local housing requirements should be identified. It indicates that relevant factors could include things like the level of local housing need, population of the area, the settlement's role in providing services, and any significant environmental constraints. Methodology incorporates these considerations and uses a detailed methodology, potentially perhaps more so than used in many other local plans, to ensure a robust and fair approach. It should be noted also that study outputs will need to be balanced with other factors to inform the overall spatial strategy taken forward within the local plan update. So the settlement study is underpinned by three key principles. The first is it seeks to direct the most homes to the most sustainable settlements, both in terms of the overall number, but also in terms of their rate of growth. The second is about fairness and recognising the amount of development which has taken place over the current local plan period. It takes into account how much development settlements have taken relative to their requirement within the current local plan. Settlements that have taken extra development have had their numbers reduced accordingly. And thirdly, is informed by an understanding of local constraints and site availability. So the settlement study follows a three-stage process. The first stage is grouping the settlements into categories based upon their level of sustainability. And a draft of this is published along with the issues and options consultation in November 2020. Stage 2 seeks to identify an indicative housing number for each settlement, and stage 3 seeks to test that housing number against local constraints. And stages 2 and 3 are within part 2 of the settlement study, which is attached to the papers tonight. So in terms of stage 1, the grouping of settlements by sustainability, this is based upon an assessment of the facilities and services, accessibility, employment, and also the size of all the settlements. It identifies the 4 categories set out on the screen in front of you. There's also a large number of smaller villages and hamlets which are not included within the categories, which are not considered sufficiently sustainable to take planned growth. You'll note that category 4 includes 6 settlements that do not currently have SPBs. Those are the settlements with the underlining under their names. And new SPBs have been proposed to align these with other settlements within the category. As a result of the issues and options consultation, some minor changes were made to part 1 of the settlement study, including merging 2 of the categories for smaller settlements. So previously there was a category 5 as well, which has been merged with category 4, and providing greater clarity about the process for civic settlements into the study. So at stage 2, we sought to move forward and identify housing requirements, and we've employed different methodologies for different categories of settlement reflecting different levels of sustainability. I'll explain the approach to categories 2 and 3 together, then the approach to category 4. It should, however, be noted that Basingstoke hasn't been assessed in part 2 of the settlement study, and that will instead take its number from strategic housing allocations within the local plan update. So in terms of identifying the housing requirements for the settlements in categories 2 and 3, so those are the largest settlements, Overton, Taddy and Whitchurch categories 2, Bramley, Kingsclear, Oakley and Basing are in category 3. This is underpinned by the principle that growth is spread across the borough in proportion with the number of homes in that area. For example, if an area has 5% of the borough's dwellings currently, you should take 5% of the growth. However, it's recognised that the most sustainable settlements are suitable locations to meet housing needs beyond their boundaries due to the range of services and facilities. This also acknowledges that smaller rural villages and hamlets may not be of a scale or sustainability to meet their own needs. Catchments have therefore been identified around these larger settlements. For the category 2 settlements, these have been informed by an understanding of the functional geography of the area. For example, where residents take their children to school, which surgeries they use, and libraries. And for the category 3 settlements, recognising their low level of sustainability, the catchments are parish-wide or smaller in some cases where that's been justified. The approach therefore results in the most sustainable settlements meeting housing need not just from their settlement, but from their immediate locality too. This provides an opportunity for residents to live close to where the need arises, but in a more sustainable location. To demonstrate this with an example, if 7% of the borough's dwellings are within a settlement and its catchment, the settlement has been given as a starting point a number equivalent to 7% of the borough's housing growth. So in step 2, that housing requirement identified through the sort of pro rata approach has then been adjusted to account for how much development that settlement has experienced over the plan period compared to the requirements in the current local plan. This includes taking into account sites that have been allocated and permissions that have been granted but not yet built, as well as those that have been built, as well as those that have been completed. Where settlements have experienced more development than have been envisaged in the current local plan, that has been deducted from the settlements requirement. Where settlements have not met that housing requirement, this has been rolled across and added to their total. Finally, at stage 3, a comparison has been made between the housing requirement and the level of affordable housing need in the local area forecast to arise over the plan period. Where the housing requirement would not meet affordable needs, a 10% increase has been added to the housing requirement. So that's the approach for the category 2 and 3 settlements, the larger rural towns and villages in the borough. A slightly different approach has been taken to the smallest villages in category 4 in recognition of their low level of sustainability, and the starting point is based upon half of their pro rata share. This means if a village had 2% of the borough's housing stock, it would take 1% of the borough's growth. This approach not only reflects their low level of sustainability, but it also results in a housing requirement which is related to the size of the settlement, unlike the blanket requirement for 10 dwellings on all the smaller settlements within the current policy SS5. Where the resulting number is very low, settlements have been given a requirement of 0, recognising the challenges of doing neighbourhood planning for such a small number. Okay, and then in step 2, this number is then adjusted to reflect whether they've had more or less past development in the same manner as has been done for the larger villages. So the next 2 slides show the outcome of this work, the housing requirements, the base date of the 1st of April 2021. These numbers will need to be constantly reviewed and may change to take account of new windfall development or potentially new neighbourhood plans that may come forward. So for example, the 110 dwellings granted as windfall development at Park Farm in Oakley, that wasn't development which had been planned for in the local plan. And that would be deducted from Oakley's housing requirements. So the 110 would be deducted from the 210. And if and when further windfall development came forward, that would also be deducted from that number as well. So as you can see, there's a higher number the approach directs a higher level of growth for the largest and most sustainable settlements with lower requirements for the smaller villages. Stage 3 of the process then tests whether these numbers are appropriate and deliverable. It considers the availability of sites, in particular whether there's a choice of sites as well. It looks at the environmental constraints around those settlements, and it also looks at the infrastructure constraints as well. And that's been informed by dialogue with the local education authority and the clinical commissioning group as well. So evidence to date indicates that levels of development are suitable. However, the growth at Tadley is constrained by the AWE, as we heard from the last speaker. And there's a potential sort of mismatch with the availability of sites in Old Basing, Sherfield and Loddon, Silchester and St Marybourne, and some uncertainty over whether suitable sites could come forward in those settlements. So that was a sort of whistle-stop tour of the settlement study. In conclusion, national policy isn't prescriptive about how we should identify levels of growth for settlements. However, it's considered that the proposed approach is fair and transparent. It directs the most growth to the most sustainable settlements and takes into account past growth. The housing numbers identified for rural areas are a relatively small proportion of the overall housing requirement. And also in finalising any requirements, any changes to the borough's overall housing number would need to be taken into account. I hope that's of help, members.
Thank you very much, Matt. Do we have any questions? Councillor Vaux and Councillor Konesko.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Matt, for your presentation. Could I just ask for clarification of what you meant in that penultimate slide where you talked about a mismatch around Old Basing, Sheffield on Loddon, St Marybourne and somewhere else, I can't remember where. What did you mean by mismatch?
Well, it's just one of the stages of the process is considering what sites are available to meet that housing number, and whether there's any sites of a suitable size or of an equivalent size to meet that housing number, either because the sites that have been proposed are much larger than the housing number, or that we know they have constraints. We do know, however, that neighbourhood plan groups are very effective at identifying additional sites when they undertake their neighbourhood plans. So the fact that we don't necessarily have any suitable sites in front of us now doesn't necessarily mean that number cannot be met.
So I just understand this. So what are you saying, that, for example, there's a lot of houses being not allocated but available in Sheffield on Loddon, but there aren't very many in St Marybourne? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you mean by mismatch?
So what I'm saying is that, for example, in Old Basing, the number 190 has been identified through the settlement study, but the only site which has been promoted, which is adjacent to the settlement, is at Hodds Farm, where the developers are promoting a number of 600 or 700.
500, I think. Yeah, correct.
So that's what I was meaning about the mismatch in terms of size. But it doesn't necessarily mean development cannot come forward. It means that further work needs to be done to explore, for example, whether parts of the settlement, so parts of sites could be developed, or even whether there are alternative or additional sites available as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Vaux. Councillor Konesko, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Matt, for that really useful summary. You mentioned in step 3 that the housing number is tested against local constraints. How have we been able to do that when, sort of infamously, as we all know, the water cycle study and the transport assessment haven't yet been finalised? And sort of on that point is, I'm not sure, Matt, whether you're best placed, whether this is one for the portfolio holder, but are we able to get an update on when we expect those important studies to be made available to members and the public, please?
Okay, I mean, the work we've done so far is clearly only based upon the information that we've got. We do recognise that there's still some evidence-based documents outstanding. We have had the opportunity to understand some initial conclusions of transport work, which has helped to shape some of the conclusions in the document. But clearly, should something come through the evidence base that changes or affects any of that stage 3 assessment, that would need to be taken into account. Joe's probably best placed to comment about the water cycle study.
Yeah, I mean, I would just sort of reiterate that really, that this is an iterative process. So the study that you've got before you so far is based on all the evidence that we have and the conversations that we've had with the CCG, the LEA, etc. at the moment. So it's gone as far as it can. Some of the evidence base is iterative, as Matt mentioned, by nature. So the transport assessment, it will continue to evolve as we get more information, and that will feed in. Probably the one bit of information that obviously has come up a number of times tonight is the water cycle study. That's the one sort of main missing bit of evidence at the moment. So the consultants at AECOM are looking at doing the remodelling. They're doing that at the moment. It's quite a complicated process, and they await data from utilities, the Environment Agency and others, and also bringing everything up to date, because we're really obviously, it's such an important study that we need to make sure that it's properly robust and it's based on the most up-to-date information. So that's why it's taking slightly longer. There's no other reasons for that. We are hoping that it will be completed by February. So we will have time very much to feed that into the process, because as I said, it's central to whatever strategy we have. We need to make sure that it's robust in terms of the impacts on River Loddon and the River Test and water bodies across the board. So that will continue to evolve.
Could I, Chair, could I just ask a follow-up question as to why the study is having to be remodelled?
It's just different levels of growth. So there's certain aspects of it, particularly around Basingstoke, actually, rather than the rural areas, just to make sure that the data is up to date and is based on the most up-to-date modelling, and also levels of growth as well. So we wanted to have a look at that because we're looking at different levels of growth. Basically, the water cycle study always looks at really the worst case scenario. So we wanted to make sure that we were modelling a high enough figure for Basingstoke and the areas which potentially it wasn't before, because we're looking at different scenarios. So it's an ongoing sort of iterative process, as I say, where you're looking at different scenarios, which is why I kept referring to the fact that it needs to be robust and to look at the worst case.
Thank you, Councillor Konesko. Okay, I'd like to move to Councillor McCormick, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question relating to the classification of settlements, and I might have a supplemental arising from that. So what is the reason why Overton and Whitchurch are category 2 and Oakley is category 3 when Oakley is bigger? Is it because of the close proximity to Basingstoke?
Yeah, from memory, I think it's principally due to the facilities and services within Overton. Size is just one consideration. You'll recall that in the current local plan, the retail offer of Overton is reflected in policy EP3 because Overton, like Whitchurch and Tadley, are identified as local centres. District centres. Sorry, the district centres. My apologies. Whereas it's recognised that Oakley has less facilities and less offer, hence it doesn't have that designation.
Okay, your district centres. We've also got 2 district centres in Basingstoke, in Chinham and Brighton Hill. But I think the reason why Tadley, Whitchurch and Overton are district centres is because they're further away from Basingstoke. You can see that at national level, where Scottish cities have got more going for them than cities closer to London, because it's way too far to travel from Scotland to London for certain things, like work, for instance. But if there is an implicit link that's not been formally recognised in the model, has any consideration been given to the other effects of this close proximity, like sensitivity of build when they're already close to the town? And I'm thinking, especially in terms of Oakley, Clidston, Basing and Sherburn St John, that are all so close to Basingstoke that any amount of build could mean that they coalesce or get closer to it.
Okay, well, we're through stage 3 of the assessment process. We have looked at the availability of sites, and without identifying which sites should be allocated, we looked at the options which could be available for local communities, identified that the housing numbers that are being suggested wouldn't naturally result in coalescence between those settlements and Basingstoke.
Finally, I mean, if you've got someone like Oakley that's going to be close to 9,500 houses. I mean, is it really in need of having more build in Oakley, or would that basically be lost in the noise floor when considering building 9,500 houses in close proximity?
Well, I mean, clearly that is a consideration, but the principal focus of the settlement study is upon the settlements themselves and the facilities contained within those settlements, and the housing growth resulting from the need within those settlements.
Okay, that's great. Let's move on to Councillor Harvey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions, or a question and a point really, based on what's just been said. I'm fascinated by this idea of the constant windfall element deleting numbers from the figures. What in the world happens if we get to a negative position before we even get near? Because if you're taking all those houses away, you're going to be in a position where some of those settlements just might have a negative position. Will that affect the Greater Basingstoke figures that happen to be within their parishes? Will we see those figures then changed? Because a lot of these parishes are unfortunately having to take Greater Basingstoke sums of housing. So will we see figures knocked off of that housing number as well? Or is this just really about the neighbourhood plan element? And in which case it just continues this disingenuous mix of Greater Basingstoke as being something separate to the houses being built within the neighbourhood plans, despite the fact that they're within the parishes of those communities nonetheless. And then the point about the water cycle study is fascinated by this idea of remodelling the data. I mean, I'm interested in what the consultants are actually up to robustly justify growth, seems to be the agenda. I'd be surprised, actually, this is just a comment, I'd be surprised if the water cycle study doesn't do anything other than justify growth, to be perfectly honest with you. And that's what I'm looking at it going to be, really. That's what I imagine it will do. So I think this idea of removing further barriers to housing growth that the council leader was talking about in his article becomes part of this agenda. So I've got cynical views really about the water cycle study at the moment and what these consultants might be up to. Meanwhile, that question of windfall is pretty relevant to those communities. So what do we do if it goes negative? I'd be fascinated to know in that circumstance what happens then.
Okay, I'll pick up the number point, and then Joe can pick up about the water cycle study. I think in terms of the numbers, as more windfall sites come forward, as you said, Councillor Harvey, that's pushing down the numbers in those rural settlements. But in most cases, that's probably also pushing down the overall housing needs in terms of the number of new sites the local plan needs to find. So that probably isn't displacing more housing need into and around Basingstoke. I think that's the crux of that. I mean, there are settlements already which are down, some of the smaller settlements, which are down to zero numbers. For example, Ashford Hill had a requirement for 10 dwellings over the last local plan period, and they have had planning, delivered or had planning permission for, I think, getting on for 60 dwellings now. So that has pushed their number down to zero.
So, okay. Forgive me, let me just get that right. Are we saying that in the next couple of years, because we don't have a 5-year housing land supply, because we are being subject to planning by appeal in effect, those communities could suffer far greater development in their areas because of all of that, and all that's going to do is just reduce the future figure at the end of the day. It's not going to do anything more against those other strategic sites that we're going to dump in their communities. That's still going to happen because that's Greater Basingstoke. But on the neighbourhood plan side, they've just got to accept, actually, you had 55, 60, 30, 20 more houses built because of the current lack of a 5-year housing land supply to stop it.
Windfall development permitted now is reducing the number within those settlements. So, if a settlement is identified with a housing number through the settlement study now, and a windfall development comes forward prior to the adoption of the new local plan, that windfall development will be discounted from this number now. So it would be recognised, it would be of benefit to that local community, in that they wouldn't need to re-provide that number again after the new local plan had been adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Just before we go on to Councillor Peter, I just want to ask a question, Matt, please. The step 2, the adjustment of the committee development, is that going to be on a one-to-one basis? So therefore, if one house has been committed to, then one house comes off the number. Is that correct?
Well, it is on that basis for development which complies with the requirements of policy SS5. So you may recall that policy SS5 in our current local plan sets minimum size thresholds for new development, and also requires that development to be within or adjacent to settlements. So in order to make sure that we're not counting development which has already been thought to count towards the current local plan's windfall allowance, we would only deduct developments if they provided additionality over and above the housing target identified for those settlements, i.e. were of a sufficient size and in a location that comply with policy SS5.
Right. Okay. So sorry, just a quick supplementary. So regarding Oakley, for example, okay, where you say there's a requirement for giving for them to provide 210 dwellings, if my memory serves me correct. They've just had planning permission for 110 dwellings, okay, which I'm assuming comes off that. Is that correct?
That's right. Those 110 dwellings are windfall development that wasn't anticipated within their neighbourhood plan. So it's over and above the amount of development which the current local plan had anticipated that Oakley would take. And therefore, in interest of fairness, that 110 dwellings would be deducted from Oakley's housing number.
Thank you, Matt. So what about the extra 150 developments that were put down by the old railway station? Okay, were they windfall? Because if I remember correctly, they weren't in the neighbourhood plan. And if that's the case, that takes Oakley's windfall up to around about 260. So therefore, Oakley provided an extra 50 units. So therefore, I'm assuming that they would be at a zero total. Is that right?
Well, those have already been taken into account. If you look in Appendix B, Councillor Frost, you'll see a log there of all of the committed development in the settlements and how they've been taken into account and the amount of additionality that they provide. And that then provides the sort of baseline number, which is then compared to the local plan target for those settlements to identify whether they've gone further or not already gone as far as the current local plan requires.
Okay, I think I probably need to question you offline on this in a bit more detail. Let's go to Councillor Peter, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is related to a water cycle study, remodeling, and that evidence-based study. Basically, our water bodies, our rivers are already concentrated with the phosphates, nitrates, EE2, ethanol, estradiol, this estrogen, and all these things, and aquatic population and fish population, including many other species, they are facing extinction due to the abundance of these dangerous minerals and other chemicals in the water bodies. So when we say evidence-based study, already all the studies clearly confirmed or showed that our rivers are already concentrated. So then when we carry out a fair evidence-based study, if it comes negative, if that result says, okay, rivers are already over polluted or concentrated with all these chemicals, and there will be far more severe consequences for the aquatic species or many other environmental issues. If such a result comes, what we are going to do? That's my question.
Should I come back on that one, Chair?
Yeah, please do, John.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going on Councillor Harvey's point. I mean, it's not about justifying levels of growth, it's about testing different levels of growth. That's the point of it. And through doing that, it shows you where your headroom potentially is in terms of infrastructure. So it looks at what the impact is in infrastructure from sewage treatment works point of view, and also therefore then what the impact is on the water quality. And it looks all issues. So the ones that you were mentioning, like chemicals and ecological quality and all of the different aspects that make up the band status. So it does look at whether that band status will change, whether it will get worse, or whether there are chances to improve it through those levels of growth. Obviously, growth is only one issue that affects water quality, agriculture, everything else as well, that all needs to be taken into account. So that's exactly what it does. And it will show you if a certain level of growth will have a negative impact, and therefore whether a lesser level of growth will be more acceptable. So that's kind of what that study will look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yeah, please do, Councillor Peter.
Yeah, that's the reason, because I'm an environmental scientist. I do conduct study on these things. It clearly shows our water bodies are, over concentrate. And also, I mentioned last time also, prior to the decision to move forward with any proposed plan, there should be a clear EIA, environmental impact assessment. So these things not being carried out properly yet, and we are waiting for that maybe in this, February or in coming months. But my question is, without doing a proper EIA, why we are rushing to move forward? Because before we move forward, we should have a clarity on these environmental issues. Without having clarity on these environmental issues, why we move forward? That's my question.
Obviously, we need to move forward with the plan for numerous reasons, sort of from an officer perspective, because of the lack of 5-year supply. Plan making takes a long time. It will always take 3-4 years plus. So you need to kind of move forward with it. So we're trying to get in as much information as we can, so that when we have the other bits of information, we can move quickly at that point. So there's a 5-year lack of supply, obviously. And we've also got the government deadline of the 2024 position to have all local plans in place, which are up to date. So there are sort of reasons for why we're doing it. And it's considered that the work that we're doing can be sort of factored into whatever comes out. So if the water cycle study does say certain things which are of considerable concern, then we can take that into account with the other work that we've got. There's no reason why you can't progress certain streams of that without having all of it. As I said, plan making is very complicated. It's iterative by nature, and that's the way it works. If it does come out as something considerably bad, we would obviously consider that and stop at that point and consider what the options are.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay. Let's go now down to Councillor Mahoney, please. Mahaffey, I beg your pardon.
Hey, well done. Don't worry, you're the third committee chairman to call me Mahoney recently. I don't know, I think it's a conspiracy month for you lot. I think my question actually is just very similar to Councillor Harvey's and Councillor Peters, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I am also a little bit underwhelmed by the idea of the water study, because, but I disagree with Councillor Harvey. I think it can only logically say two things. Firstly, it can only say there is not enough drinking water, because we live in a water-stressed area already. We know that. And secondly, it can only say the more houses you build, the more pressure you will put in your rivers and streams and sewage. So that's the only logical paper that we can receive. Now, if you were to, in any other walk of life, if you were to do, say, a risk assessment or an investment analysis or something like that, you would set your expectations in advance. So you would say, what are our tolerances? What do we actually think we would accept in terms of risk, or in this case, in terms of damage to our environment? And then you would set your consultants a way to go and do the assessment to see whether or not their conclusion fits within those tolerances. And so my question, I think, is what thinking has been done in advance of this? Because what I'm hearing at the moment is we can't do anything until we've got the water study in. But surely, we should be saying we accept it's going to be bad, but is it going to be a little bit bad? Is it going to be a big bit bad, a medium bit bad, whatever? And where does our tolerance sit within that? Because guarantee it ain't going to be good. So I think that's my question. It's just, what's the thinking that's already gone into what we will accept?
Sure, that's a question for officers or more for the council and councillors, really. But from our sort of perspective, so we're testing different levels of growth to see what the impact is. So the expectation is that we don't have a negative impact that changes water quality to a different band status. Obviously, there's things in place. The Environment Agency are involved in the study as well. So there's expectations from us and from the Environment Agency in terms of what we do. It might not necessarily be as negative as you think, because that's why it's involving utilities, Thames Water, Southern Water, etc., because it takes into account the levels of growth and therefore what their management plans will be in terms of infrastructure and change, and therefore what the impacts of those plans will be as well. So things as when you said about water quality and water supply, it's looking at what the utilities are planning to do over the next 5, 10, 15 years in terms of their plans as well, in terms of different levels of growth, to see whether those issues can be met. So it looks across the board.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, for one question come back on that one. I mean, you've all seen the map that the Environment Agency produces for water stressed areas. The whole of the south of England is red. I can't see a good outcome from the water. I can't see a promising outcome from the water study. So I just think we should be thinking about preparation for that, rather than saying kind of let's see what happens, because we should maybe even just be saying, okay, well, what we will accept is the least bad outcome. At the moment, we're not saying anything about what we will accept or what not. It doesn't have to be written in stone, doesn't have to be policy, but at least we should be setting our expectations. Anyway, thank you for that. I don't have anything else on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mahaffey. Okay, Councillor Vaux, please.
Thank you, Chair. Matt, I wondered if we could have a look at paragraph 317 in the report. I think it's page 19 in the pack, or page 9 of the actual paper, which is talking about allocation of housing. So this is sort of reflecting what a lot of other speakers have said, including Councillor Robinson earlier, about the tension between these parishes that are on the border of what is, I mean, they're outside of the settlement boundary of Basingstoke, when we talked about the spatial strategy for Basingstoke, but they seem to have been dragged into it. So in 317, it talks about Old Basing, and that Hod's Farm is being promoted, and that has far greater capacity than the village's settlement study requirement. And yet, how do we square that with Bramley and Sherford-on-Loddon and other places where they, as parishes, have already had hundreds of houses built there, have hundreds of houses already been included in the Basingstoke urban spatial study, and yet are still coming up in this rural one as saying they must take more houses. So I'm struggling to say, it feels like catch-22, to be perfectly honest, where it's convenient, they'll be put into Basingstoke, but actually they're also still rural, so we'll put them in there. So I wondered if you could help me understand why Old Basing is being picked out and not other places.
I think it comes down to the fact that this is a settlement study looking at the settlements per se, and we're looking at the needs arising within those settlements and how they can be met by development within or adjacent to that settlement. So the sites in Sherford and Loddon parish, they were they to be developed, they would adjoin the Basingstoke urban area. They wouldn't actually adjoin the Sherford and Loddon urban area.
Well, I think that's where we have to disagree. I think we really do have to disagree. These housing developments are right next door. There may be a field in between them, but that is not really sufficient. So no, I think I hear what you're saying, but this is a real anomaly that has to be sorted out, because I think it's unfair. I think in your second slide, I think you talked about fairness. This isn't seen as fair. I don't think it is fair. And just a comment, this is not a question. Fairness is very difficult when it's only areas that are being promoted that can be taken forward. So we've got up the A33 ribbon development potentially happening all the way up to Bramley, because it's a lovely place for developers to build houses. And it feels like that area is is being hammered or potentially being hammered merely because people are putting them forward. So I think this again is where it's very difficult to be fair. That is not a criticism on anybody, it is an observation, but it is something we must be really, really careful about, I think, as we move forward, that just because places are being promoted doesn't mean to say we have to build there. That's my comment.
Thank you, Councillor Vaux. Okay, just before we go on, I've got a Councillor Carr, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Mahaffey again. But I do want to start looking at the report, okay, and start going through the report. So if people have questions on the presentation that Matt gave, then fine, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, what I'd like to do is for people to save their questions until we get to the relevant part of the report. So, Councillor Carr, are you happy to reserve your question or ask a question on the presentation?
Mine was mostly on the first part of the report, so I can.
Okay, so you'll hold that. Okay, Councillor Mahaffey. Was yours on the report, and also Councillor Harvey, was yours on the report as well?
I can wait till some of the report, but I do want to support what Councillor Vaux was saying in terms of this greater Basingstoke and the joining of those communities. I do think it's a very serious issue that really needs to be looked at, because at the moment, I think a lot of the speakers this evening, at least the messages that seem to be coming across, point out how disingenuous that is at the moment in the way it's presented, and it's something that has to be dealt with.
Okay, your point is noted, Councillor Harvey. Thank you very much. Okay, so looking at the actual paper, okay, I'm planning to take it kind of section by section. Okay, so if we take the forward and also section 1, does anybody have any questions on that? Councillor Harvey, then Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, as we get into the report, we've actually got a recommendation to consider alongside all of the debate this evening, and I would like to, at this stage, just move a recommendation for us to reflect upon, move a motion to reflect upon. I'd like to move that the top-down government imposed housing number of 17,820 in our borough has now been unanimously rejected by elected representatives twice, first at EPH on the 2nd of September 21, and then at full council on the 14th of October 21. Now, government legislation regarding the local plan update states that local neighbourhood plans do not have to be reviewed and updated every 5 years. And I believe we should not accept this recommendation tonight, as it doesn't accord with government advice. These new housing numbers shouldn't be imposed on our existing neighbourhood plans, which were prepared by residents in good faith to be in place until 2029. I think that's a very important point that needs to be borne out, and I would like to move that as a recommendation for the benefit of the committee this evening.
Okay, sorry, you're going to have to run that by me again, Councillor Harvey. It was quite long. What I got was a motion, okay, that the top-down government housing number is 7,800 dwellings, okay, rejected first at EPH and then at full council is not accepted. And then, I'm sorry, I lost the rest of it.
I shall go very slowly for you.
Thank you very much.
I understand. And in fact, I will email it to officers to make sure that they have it for the minutes of the meeting specifically. Actually, we did last time round when I had to come and steal your microphone even to get the last motion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. So the top-down government imposed housing number of 17,820 in our borough has now been unanimously rejected by elected representatives twice, at EPH on the 2nd of September 21 and at full council on the 14th of October 21. Government legislation regarding local plan updates states that neighbourhood plans do not have to be reviewed and updated every 5 years. We do not accept this recommendation tonight, as it does not accord with government advice. The new housing numbers should not be imposed on existing neighbourhood plans, which were prepared by residents in good faith to be in place until 2029. I will email that to officers word for word. So
thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, are you happy that we continue through the paper and then look at the motion afterwards, or do you want to look at the motion straight away?
You may as well look at it on it's on the agenda, Chair. I've moved it, get it out of the way if you want
Yeah,
to.
okay. Okay, so is everybody clear on the motion? Can I have a thumbs up that everyone's clear on the motion? Okay.
Chair, it needs a seconder.
I'm just coming to that, Councillor McCormack, which I'm sure you have your hand raised. Are you going to second it? Councillor Canesco, do you want to second that?
Yes, I'll be happy to second that motion, Chair.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councillor Harvey.
The reason why I've moved the motion relates largely to the greater Basingstoke argument we've just been having. All of our communities were told, encouraged to come up with neighbourhood plans over the past 3, 4, 5 years. And they've joined in that process. They've been such a fundamentally good part of the planning process of localism because we got our communities to get involved in that process. And they came up with what they thought would be the future of development for their area running through to 2029. One of the things that's been exposed as part of this process now is that a number of those areas, Bramley, Oakley, the Candovers, have now got sites inside the Barish area that are part of Greater Basingstoke that will have nothing to do with the neighbourhood plans they come up with, but we'll see them take hundreds of houses within their parishes. They won't be fundamentally part of their neighbourhood plans. It will be fundamentally a problem for them because in effect what we're saying is we're going to dump that on you anyway, but the neighbourhood plans don't have to be improved. They do not have to be. This whole process did not have to be forced upon them in the first place. And it is in order to take vastly more housing. All we had to do was tweak this policy, this local plan. We didn't have to fundamentally move the goalposts in the way that it's been done. And now those communities are being faced really with it with no choice. They're having a gun against their head. Now, either they come up with a neighbourhood plan that takes all more houses, or we will do it for them, is what's been suggested. So I do think there's a really important point here about neighbourhood planning. And that was the reason why I've moved the motion, having spoken to a number of those representatives and how strongly they feel about what's affecting them in their communities. Thank you, Chair.
Right, it's a pleasure, Councillor Harvey. I understand that Ruth O'Mara wants to make a comment.
It's just a point of clarification, and I'm by no means the expert on all of the neighbourhood planning within the borough, but from what my understanding is the majority of our neighbourhood plans don't actually have housing allocations in them. And so I'm just trying to understand Councillor Harvey's motion. If the point that he's making is that neighbourhood plans don't need to be updated every 5 years, but if the neighbourhood plan doesn't actually have a housing allocation policy in it anyway, I'm trying to understand the motion. Joe, I don't know if you want to add anything to that point of clarification around what that's seeking.
I was just going to say, obviously, I mean, Councillor Harvey is right that there is no requirement for neighbourhood plans to be updated in the same way as there is for local plans. But the local plan is out of date. Now it is 5 years old and we don't have a land supply. So there is a requirement to review our plan from the policies within the plan itself. There's a requirement to do that, as well as the national legal requirement. That national legal requirement wasn't in place last time when we did the last plan, and therefore neighbourhood plans were being created in a different environment to what they now are. So we completely understand the frustration with that because the goalposts have changed from a national agenda perspective. The issue is obviously we do need to roll the local plan forward. That is a legal requirement. We can just do it through the local plan, but in speaking to town and parish councils and local communities, they're very keen to review their neighbourhood plans and make sure that they retain that control and to say where things are. But it is within their gift about whether they want to do that. And through all that consultation that we've done to date, that seems very much the favoured way that communities want to go with. So that's why we've suggested the neighbourhood plans review with them, they are reviewed, and that's where the numbers come from. So that is the sort of point of clarity, really, I think, in terms of the role of neighbourhood plans.
Okay. I just want to ask a quick question. Okay. And maybe this will help clarify members' minds. this particular paper isn't endorsing a particular housing number. Okay, it has some numbers put against it, but if you remember, we've always said, or Ruth and her team have always said, nothing's agreed until it's all agreed. So the way I kind of feel is that this paper is more about the methodology, okay, of using the housing number, not the housing number itself. So I have to say, whilst I understand, Councillor Harvey's motion, and I agree with him that, we have rejected wholeheartedly the number of 17,800 houses. Okay, tonight this report is about methodology. Okay, and then once the housing number has been agreed, whatever that is, that can then be applied against this report, which is why I'm sorry, Paul, I can't vote for the motion. I'll be voting against it.
So I can confirm, Chair, that you're 100% right and clear in how you've expressed that, is that what we're really looking at is the settlement study and how it's characterised settlements, not the number, which is the point that Matt and Joe have clarified throughout all of answering of the questions, that there will be windfall sites and there will be other permissions that will adjust those numbers. So how the final number is allocated at the end of the day, it's an iterative process. We're reflecting on all of the information as we get it, all of the evidence, any other further permissions, and like you say, that will become clearer as we move through, the passage of the process. And what this report's actually doing is indicating what the baseline would be at this stage, but then there's a whole process ahead of us still. So it's not a case of this committee being asked to, reflect on those numbers to the chairman and the portfolio holder.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Just hold on, please, Councillor McCoy. I've got 3 speakers. I just want to know if they're going to speak to the motion or not.
Well, I was going to speak to this motion now.
Great. Okay.
Having looked at it, it doesn't make sense, but with a slight tweak, it would make more sense. I mean, the recommendation before us tonight is that we comment on this report, and we're going to do that anyway. But I would say we do not accept this recommendation if the mover's prepared to amend it we do not accept the methodology and the indicative housing numbers, then I could support that. And in terms of what's already been said about neighbourhood plans, I mean, the neighbourhood plans will have to be updated because we're going to be updating our local plan policies that underpin the plans, irrespective of the housing numbers. We've got a climate and ecological emergency, so our local plans are going to have to be updated. Our policies will be updated. The neighbourhood plans will have to be updated. The fact that the government doesn't oblige them to be reviewed every 5 years is a red herring. The goalposts have changed, has been said already tonight. So neighbourhood plans will have to change as a result of that.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Councillor Conesco.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, my understanding is that this motion is not about specific housing numbers. It is about our approach to how we deal with the neighbourhood plans, because as Councillor Harvey has said, they were created with the understanding that they would last for a certain period of time. And now that period of time is being reduced quite dramatically in some circumstances for some of the newer plans. And I have concerns about that because, as Councillor Harvey said, they were created in good faith on the understanding that they will continue to 2029. I also have concerns. I'm slightly surprised by the comments about parish councils being keen to update their neighbourhood plans, because all of the conversations I've had is that going through the process of getting a neighbourhood plan adopted is very challenging. It's difficult to get people to come on board. It then requires a huge amount of time and effort from volunteers to get it done, and that actually it can be a nightmare process. And my concern is we'll only make that worse by having told people your plan's fine till 2029, or actually it no longer is. I think there's in my mind, there's a genuine concern that if we make parish councils go through additional local plans, they just won't get the people to do it. This will put them off, and I think that'll be a huge shame, and us really shooting ourselves in the foot going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Canesco. Councillor Vaux.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to say that whilst I appreciate Councillor Harvey supporting my comments about the catch-22 issue, I don't actually support his motion because I think it's a red herring, and I don't think it's the right motion for this meeting. We have agreed that we don't agree with the housing numbers. We've done it in 2 other meetings. I think that message is there. I think the recommendation in the paper is fair. It's asking for our views on this report, and I believe we are giving our views, and we expect them to be heard and listened to. I think Councillor Harvey's motion is actually more of a comment that would be added to that rather than a motion. That's my own view, and I'm afraid I wouldn't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Vaux. Okay, we have a motion on the table. Okay, it's been seconded. Okay, those in favour, please raise their hands. Okay, so that's 2, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Canesco. Does anybody wish to abstain? Okay, Councillor McCormack and Councillor Watts and Councillor Peter. And those against it. Okay, that's myself, Councillor Vaux, Councillor Dillo, Councillor Mahaffey, and Councillor Carr. Okay, so that's the vote. Did you get that, Julia?
Yeah, I've got that.
Great. Okay, so is it possible you could read the numbers out, please?
I've got that there were 2 in favour, 3 abstentions and 6 against.
Thank you very much. Okay, unfortunately that motion is lost. Okay, sorry, Councillor Harvey. Okay, there we go. That's democracy, I suppose. Okay, so moving on to the paper. Okay, I'm still in the executive summary, the forward, the background, corporate objectives and priorities, and also section 1. Does anybody want to speak in those? The only view I would have is in the background, corporate objectives and priorities, is that I think there's kind of like half a sentence missing, okay, which is all through the lens of the climate change emergency, which should be, before in the bullet point of supporting local communities and working it through that way. I think, it does mention in the executive summary, okay, the climate change emergency, but I think it needs to be, a bit more punchy than that. Okay, Councillor McCormack.
Actually, I agree. We should have, as the top priority, the climate emergency, because it's going to underpin all of our environmental and building policies going forward. We have to achieve carbon neutrality. I have a question, really, which I guess the portfolio holder is the person best placed to receive it. When I look at those corporate objectives and priorities, supporting local communities, improving air quality, improving river and landscape quality, promoting more sustainable, better transport, shaping high quality, sustainable communities, well-designed, well-built homes, and supporting jobs and business growth. I can only see the last 2 being fulfilled by building 17,800 houses. How does he see building 17,800 houses fulfilling the other objectives? Because I can't see it happening. I can't see an improvement in air quality from having all these houses built when they're likely to be emitting carbon products and particulates if we don't have them completely zero emission.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. I would just say that we have actually rejected the number of 17,800 houses okay, and we've done that twice, okay, once at EPH, okay, a while back, and also once at full council. So I am struggling to understand that thrust of your argument. However, okay, your point is well made, okay, and I think that whatever the housing number is, hopefully it'll be significantly less than that. Okay, so we can start improving air quality, etc. But I'd like to refer to my portfolio holder, Councillor Bound.
Thank you very much. I think Councillor McCormick makes a really good point, doesn't he? And I think it's the reality is that says actually, with the thrust of our policies, our settlement strategy, making places sustainable, you know, there's a challenge whether we're building one house or 100,000 houses to do any of those things. That is a truism that we have to battle with, and we have to make all of our policies from the long list that he mentions, do everything that they can to make a positive contribution, because we can build one house really badly or we can build one house really well.
Thank you, Councillor Bound. Okay, Councillor Gary Watts, please.
Thank you. Just on those particular points, the corporate objectives, I mean, how can we improve air quality when we're going to build 18,000 houses? And how can we improve river and landscape quality as well when we're building 18,000 houses, when we haven't even got a water study? And promote more sustainable and better transport options when the council was actually consulting to cut its current subsidies to bus services. So the town would have no bus services after 7:30, and lots of the rural areas will actually be cut off on bus services. And then we're quoting this in our local plan corporate policies when the council is actually doing one thing with one hand and printing stuff that it's never going to fulfill. It's just contradictory all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Konesko, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo the point that you've made and that Councillor McCormick has made as well, and Councillor Watts, actually, in terms of strengthening this, the reference to the climate emergency. Can I just also ask that, obviously, since this document was drafted, I suspect we have also passed the ecological emergency, and I think wherever we mention the climate emergency, if we can also mention the ecological emergency as well, because clearly the two of them work in tandem, and we talk about aspects throughout that reference both of those. So it's probably just a sort of point of clarification, really, just to make sure that the documents, this one and subsequent ones, are updated accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Konesko. Councillor Peter, please.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that we are not going ahead with the 18,000 houses, but still, we already declared a climate emergency, ecological emergency. In view of that, I think with this current plan, we are contradicting this declaration of ecological emergency, because already we discussed about water cycle study, but what about biodiversity loss? What about Greenland damage and ecological damage, air quality, and all these things? Though it is, forget about 18,000, if it is 10,000, still we are going to damage the natural environment. Yeah. And we have to understand, I have to give you a warning that we are at the brim of an environmental disaster. So we are saying we are, okay, if it is 10,000 or 8,000, whatever it is, we are doing this for the future generation. But my concern is, if there is, if you continue like this, there won't be any future generation. Then for whom we are, making all these things. So instead of contradicting with this ecological emergency or climate emergency, so we have to think about environmental protection and well-being of our society. I think that is what we need to think.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Peter. please, can you enlighten me? Was there a question in there, or was it just a comment and statement of fact?
What I'm saying is we have a climate emergency in place already.
Yes.
So without considering the serious impacts on the environmental disasters, if we move forward with this plan, even though it is a less number, instead of 18,000, it could be 10,000 or whatever, still we have to take this environmental consequences very seriously. So we have to reconsider the numbers or about this plan, of moving forward.
Thank you. I mean, just to reiterate, and please, officers, correct me if I'm wrong, but the actual housing number hasn't yet been agreed. Okay, so everything is not agreed until everything's agreed. But your point is well made. Okay, that we need to be very careful and we need to think long and hard and seriously, of the environmental impacts. Okay, but at the moment there is no housing number. Okay, so we just have to park that for a little while. But your point is very well made, Councillor Harvey.
I just want to try and cut through what seems to me to be. I mean, I just disagree with you, Chair. The figure of 17,820 has been voted against twice by councillors. It is still the fundamental core of this local plan. This local plan is being prepared for 17,820 houses. That's the reality. And at some point, somebody, and it might be Michael Gove, might change the goalposts. But right here, right now, our officers, instructed by our cabinet, encouraged by the leader of the council who wants to make us the greatest housing growth capital in the southeast, according to his article recently, who wants to remove housing barriers to the local plan, wants this effectively, and it is, to be 17,820. Now, I feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall, and I know a lot of other people do, when we manage this debate, because it feels like we go around in virtuous circles, leading us down and down and down the rabbit hole. But the truth of the matter is, and this is where the water cycle study becomes so important, if you take into account Southern Water or Thames Water or any of them, they are obligated to come up with paper answers of how they will accommodate growth with utilities changes, with infrastructure changes that haven't been paid for and haven't been costed into anybody's plan yet. It's just a figure they pluck out of, well, if we do this, we'll deliver on this. And it might change the duration of a band, but where is the ambition to make our waterways good? It's about dealing with a band or within a band. We're playing with semantics throughout this entire process. And I just have concern about where it leads us. And a perfect example of that is in relation to how we treat the AONB, which is such a fundamental part of this paper in front of us. And I cannot, in all good conscience, in any way support any development in the AONB that is strategic of any way. It's just, that would be such a sacrilege to see our AONB absolutely destroyed in that way. The chalk streams are such value to our communities and to our environment that, if we're playing all these semantics and playing all these games, at the end of the day, it's the environment and the quality of people's lives that is going to be disrupted. And I just feel I want to make that contribution to the debate right now because I feel so strongly about it. And I know others do too.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harvey. Your point's well made. Okay, as normal. Councillor Mahaffey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Forgive me, I've got 3 points I'd like to make, and they're not I haven't prepared my questions in terms of the sort of section 2, section 3. So if it's the wrong place, I apologise. First thing is hopefully a light-hearted thing is there are various references in the documentation in the paper to heritage assets. There's a lot of listed buildings. There's a lot of scheduled monuments. It neglects the fact that Silchester was in 2015 identified as being the oldest formal settlement in Britain. The Roman town is the only town in Britain that has a complete wall all around it, and the medieval city that sits underneath it is older than Colchester. So that would just be nice to have in there. And I do hope that everyone saw it on Digging for Britain last night with Dr. Alice Roberts. That's my first point. Second point is I want to support what Malcolm Bell said earlier from Bramley Parish Council, and my concern is that the way we've gone about identifying the categories is very much a tick box, or appears to be very much a tick box, and doesn't take into account actual capacity. Bramley is a perfect example of this. I'm sure there are other villages around. We've ticked the box to say it has a shop. It has one small one-stop that has 3 parking spaces in front of it. It also has a bakery that has 6 parking spaces. That is all it has. We don't say anywhere in this paper that we recognise the existing capacity of the school, or the existing capacity or the future capacity of the doctors. So that's something I'm concerned about. But my main point, and really this is my question, is we're trying to balance the impossible here. I think we all know that. We all want to protect the environment, but we're told by government we've got to protect houses. Whether that's 17,500, whether it's 15,000, whether it's 10,000, doesn't really matter. It's a lot of houses, and we know it's going to damage the environment. The best we can do, and the one thing that we all agree on, is that we are concerned about urban sprawl. We're concerned about it happening in a haphazard way. And we do talk about the protection of the sense of place. Now, it seems to me that the sense of place in Basingstoke is a new town in the middle. It's a great new town. It's a prosperous new town. People like living there. That's fantastic. But it's surrounded by beautiful countryside and very historic villages. And we want to protect that. What we're proposing at the moment doesn't protect that. So my question is, why have we not considered somewhere in this paper the concept of greenbelt land? Now, it might not protect it forever, but it will slow down the process of damaging our countryside, of damaging our rural areas. It will intensify, it will densify, to use Ken's expression, development within Basingstoke, which might be good, might be bad, I don't know. But it just hasn't been considered, and I don't know why. We have strategic gaps. I recognise that we've used strategic gaps in the past, and I regret the fact that I wasn't able to vote for Councillor Raffel's proposal on the Northwest, the AONB last year. But my concern about that was, if we protect one area, it pushes development out into other areas, such as my ward. So if we had a greenbelt area that surrounded the whole of Basingstoke, it would slow down the sprawl, and it would be fair to everybody, and it would keep the differentiation between the villages and the town.
Thank you, Councillor Mahaffey. Let's go to officers for a response to that, please.
So your concern that you had with respect to the AONB argument that you're just explaining that you didn't have the opportunity to vote on last year is exactly the same argument as to why I would advise against the office members considering greenbelt policy, because what greenbelt policy actually does is it puts a limit on a settlement alignment or a settlement boundary, and it results in development jumping that greenbelt and then focusing on the next and following settlement. And in more often than not, that will be smaller places. I think that the planning approach that we're taking here, which is defining settlements and providing a hierarchy of settlements, which will then be reflected by the right supportive policies, is the approach that I would recommend, rather than bringing into the borough a new form of planning control through greenbelt, which might not be all you think it is, because you do need to review your greenbelt then as well as part of reviewing a local plan. Whereas what we're doing here is we're looking at the settlement boundary and reviewing the settlement hierarchy and settlement boundaries. And this work is fairly iterative in that, where there have been cases and speakers tonight that have spoken about the settlement boundaries and their concerns with it, we're looking to, review that and reflect on those comments. So I feel that this process is somewhat more robust than bringing in green belts.
Can I come back on that, Chair?
No, before you come back, okay, what I'd like to do, it's past 9:30. Okay, I would like to move that we remove standing orders, okay, and move on to say 10:15. Okay, do I have the committee's agreement for that? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, 10. We're all agreed. Okay, so thank you very much, members. Councillor Mahavi, I want you to come back very quickly because we've got a massive paper.
Yes.
Okay, and
No,
we're
please.
only on, section number 2.
Certainly.
Part A. So
just a correction, I did vote on the AONB thing last year, but I voted against it because it was focusing on one area as against another. The point you raised about development jumping the green belt, you just need a bigger green belt.
We've got a fantastic, huge borough. I don't know how big a green belt we need, but I take your point, and I'll allow the chair to continue.
Thank you, Ruth. I've got Councillor Carr, then Councillor McCormack. Can we move a bit further in, or you got questions on section 1 on the executive summary?
I've got comments on section 2, section 3.
Okay, Councillor McCormack.
Yeah, my comments were in the subsequent section.
Right, okay. Can we move to section 2 and 3 then, please? Okay. So if we take section 2, the proposal, the key elements of developing the strategy, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a point in relation to 2.5. I'm obviously very concerned about the feature of the AONB, which is a very key feature of my ward. The first bullet point down on 2.5, where we refer to key environmental assets must be protected and enhanced. I'm very keen that when we consider sites, we're also considering environmental and landscape assets. The AONB is a protected national asset, recognised nationally, and it's very important that we recognise the landscape element of it. The next key point, the bullet point down, relates to individual identity and character of settlements. The key concerns from my parishes, and I think it's something that's been echoed across the meeting tonight, is the loss of settlement identity where settlements meet as a result of development. I know locally that's a key concern for our sort of area with Newbury versus the rural hamlets, and we're very keen to maintain the separation, equally the separation between Highclere and Walton Hill, but obviously in places in Basingstoke as well. So when we're considering the strategy and the site selection, I think we have to emphasize the need to avoid settlement coalescence as far as possible, if that means some sort of country park between developments or use of development parcels to avoid direct coalescence. I think that's something we need to really consider quite carefully. And the final point I wanted to make just here is we need to be very careful about settlement policy boundaries. It was mentioned previously that there are a number of villages, Eshenswell being one, Newtown another, which don't have settlement policy boundaries, and there is consideration of applying them in the course of this local plan process. Obviously, in some cases, if they're not drawn well or if they're drawn at all, they can have quite detrimental consequences in ensuring that inside those areas, development in principle would be accepted. And I know we've had a conversation about Newtown, Joe, on this. So my key pitch to you is that ward members need to see the draft settlement policy boundaries for any villages in their wards before they get into a paper. So when you discuss them with the parish, I think the ward member needs to be brought in on that as well, so that we have advanced sight of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are essentially on section 2.5 as well. I would like to think that we can have rural areas that are sustainable, and if they need to grow to house their local people, because that's a perennial problem with people being priced out of villages they grew up in, then I would be for that. But how do we square that with the ecological emergency. In fact, the ecological emergency, in many ways, it's like declaring an emergency 50 years or more after the damage has happened. The damage in terms of decrease numbers of wildlife, hedgehogs, songbirds, is immense. Some of these species are 95% down on where they were 50 years ago. What I would like to see, and I'm not sure if it will come out of this plan, bearing in mind the sensitivities about AONBs and people who have them don't like other people having them because it might be a threat to them, and areas being pitched against each other. But what I would like to see is some kind of green corridor that starts at Watership Down with the existing North Wessex area of outstanding natural beauty and extends to south and west of the town, so that we don't have coalescence between Basingstoke and Winchester, which I see a risk of happening with Popham Airfield, for instance, and also a risk of coalescence between Basingstoke and Reading when we look at Sherfield and Bramley, and what's happening north of the Berkshire border with Graiseley, which is, on or off depending on what phase of the moon it is at the moment. But 15,000 houses is a really yikes moment. It's half as big again as what we're proposing for many down south. And similarly, how do we protect what's happening around Basing to the east? Once the land's built on, we can't revert it back to green. And I really am quite fearful of the fact that in the next few years, we could have some really serious issues with coalescence and uninterrupted build going for several miles, and the associated problems that will entail in terms of pollution and congestion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCormack. Okay, I have a couple of comments on paragraph 3.2. Okay, within the plan, with underpinned by the three key principles of directing the most development to the most suitable of places, I think that's laudable, and I think we'd all agree that that's what we need to have happen. That all the most development needs to be in the most sustainable places. However, and moving down to the bullet point beneath that, ensuring fairness by recognizing past delivery, I also agree with that one. However, my concern about ensuring fairness, okay, is that we seem to be constrained by the fact that we're having to consider just the sites that are put forward by the SHLA. So I think it should be changed in the report to ensuring fairness where possible. Okay, but I don't know how you get over that. Okay, I would just hope that that maybe windfall is more important than not. But I think looking at principle number 1, which is directing the most development to the most sustainable places, I think is absolutely key here. Okay, and because there are a lot of decisions that we as a council are going to have to make for this local plan. Okay, and the decisions are going to be the really tough ones. Okay, we've done all the easy ones, which were all back in the previous plan. We're now beyond the low-hanging fruit. Okay, and we're having to look at potentially some some very, very difficult decisions. Moving on to point number 3 and 3.2, I kind of thought this was de rigueur, really. Understanding the local constraints of and site availability. I think that's kind of I kind of thought that that was happening automatically. It's nice to see it down in print, okay, as part of the methodology. Okay, but again, I'm just concerned the fact that we are constrained by sites being put forward on the SHLA, and there we go. I know I've got other speakers. I'd also like to say in 3.3, okay, the 3-stage approach. I like that. To me, it's logical. It's nice. Okay, from a strategic perspective, I like that. Okay, and then I'm going to shut up and go to Councillor Harvey and then Councillor Vaux.
Thanks, Chair. Interesting what you say about the 3 points, because the point about first bullet point, directing the most development to the most sustainable places. Well, they might well be sustainable now, but if you stick 3
correct, yeah.
If you stick the rest of the development into Bramley in the way it's being crammed, or surrounding Chinham in the way it's being closed, or out to Old Basing, they sure as hell are not going to be sustainable anymore.
Correct.
The point about all of this is an absolute, it just feels in the way we're going about this that we are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy that is going to come back to bite this borough, and we are going to lose some of the very precious places we all care about. You talk about low-hanging fruit and being in the place we're in right now. Well, we are here, I think, in a place where if we don't make a stand, we are going to be ridden roughshod over. And I don't know how more we could do this other than what we've said, but I don't think the powers that be are listening. And that's my concern about it. I have no evidence yet that they're listening. And Councillor Rattigan's recent article is hugely, hugely informative of where I think this is going, particularly talking about removing the barriers of the local plan to housing growth. Well, if that is the view that Councillor Rattigan holds, I am very concerned, because that's somewhere where we do not, you're talking about taking away barriers to housing development so you can have more housing growth through a local plan process. That is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. I think we should bring as many barriers up as we possibly can to protect our communities in the way they have told us this evening they should be protected. I think your point about fairness is interesting, because if you introduce the word possible, then you introduce that idea of fairness where you can. And the truth is, it is fairness where you can, because it ain't fair. If you live in Bramley and you've told you might have 55 houses more, hey, if you get 140 more in a development, you might be into a negative figure. But across the field, across the road, your Greater Basingstoke is going to dump 200 houses on you. It's still part of your parish, and it's still part of your community. We're just getting round the matter of it not being part of a neighbourhood plan. We're getting round the matter of it not being a local decision by cleverly categorising it as a different part of the local plan process. And I find that objectionable. And the point about local constraints and understanding site availability, we say here discussions with statutory bodies. I don't know about anybody else, but the day the CCCG actually accepts what a doctor's surgery is at capacity, given where we are in Basingstoke, it's going to be an interesting debate, isn't it?
Yeah.
How much of our CCG is going to be taken over by Opropose? I mean, I'm fascinated by that debate as well, but that's for another place at another time. I mean, we're dealing with a monopoly here now. We're not dealing with a proper process of local surgeries as I've ever known them. We're dealing with a monopoly taking over our local NHS in that regard. That all aside, the point is made nonetheless. Those communities are telling us their schools are at capacity, their doctor surgeries can't cope, and if we don't get the infrastructure because the development doesn't deliver that, it never does, then how in the world could we say here that we've had those conversations with the statutory bodies and truly taken into account the information contained? Because I just don't see that realistically in these assessments. We are actually, if anything, going down the road of the presumption in favour of development, and this entire local plan is about facilitating 17,820 houses. And I suspect we'll be back there with it. Unless somebody intervenes, this local plan as presented here this evening is about making those 17,820 houses happen. And how many times do we have to be told we don't want that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. I can only reiterate the fact that I don't think that's the case, purely and simply because we have voted against 17,800 houses in EPH, as you very kindly advised us, and also in full council, it was voted against. So, I have to say, and again, just reiterating the point that we've had when we were discussing the urban strategy, is nothing is agreed until it's all agreed. Okay, so I'm a big fan of continuing developing this plan. Okay, and then seeing what housing number Councillor Bound and Councillor Rattigan come back with after robustly negotiating with Gove. Okay, and I have to say, at this particular time, we've all rejected 17,800 homes. So it's not going to be that. Okay. So just moving on to Councillor Vaux, please.
Hi, thanks, Chair. I'll keep it really brief. 3.2, the 3 principles. I would like to see much more prominence on climate and ecology. I think it does say earlier in the paper they're the golden thread, but it's not here in enough prominence. I think for me, I would like that to be seen as much more in your face. We've talked about in other meetings and been promised that we're going to move to a more infrastructure-led. I think the third bullet point is more about constraints. We need to change the language of that to make sure that we are infrastructure-led rather than looking at it the other way around. And finally, I'll just say again, fairness. I realise it's very difficult, but we do need to think about how that fairness works with our approach with shellers and opportunistic growth, which is happening at the moment. So just quickly, those 3 points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bound.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, I was busy writing some notes. I just think it would be probably quite useful. There's been lots been said about, well, you know, where are we with the numbers and what does that mean? And I just think this might be a really useful time to give the committee a bit of an update. You know, myself and the leader continue to give our commitment with the support of the unanimous votes that have happened at EPH and at full council on achieving a set of what I would call realistic and sensible delivery numbers for homes in our borough. It is the case, as has been discussed by many, that the standard method is a starting point for our draft local plan. But it really is just a simplification of the old objectively assessed needs process where professional judgment, local needs been removed and a formula has replaced it. So just so that you're all clear and everybody's clear about what have I spent my time doing, I've been spending my time with officers exploring what I would call the best possible ways in which to push back on the number. You use the word negotiation, Chair. Do you know what? I'm not intending to negotiate. I'm looking at having a constructive and effective strategy using the appropriate tactics with the evidence that we've got about all of our constraints, all of our evidence at the best time, and we'll to do that whilst we continue to prepare our draft local plan policies. Developing these policies now, understanding what we want for the climate and biodiversity and landscape is really important that we do that now. The final submission for the local plan won't happen for some time and will include numbers that reflect what's happened, whether that be at that time the standard method, a new figure based on exceptional circumstances with the evidence that we've managed to get together and a good, robust logic for that evidence, or even perhaps a new methodology put forward by the new Secretary of State. In exploring those exceptional circumstances, I'd also like to make it clear, and it's been mentioned many times this evening, that I'm examining all the evidence. And what is exceptional about Basingstoke and Deane when it comes to the delivery of real homes for real people? And I want to be clear about what I believe our exceptional situation is. And I agree with those comments. No local authority in Hampshire, the South, and probably the whole of England has delivered as many homes in the last 20 years as a proportion of existing homes at an even higher rate than the 20 years before that, let alone what happened here in Basingstoke in the 1950s and 60s. The impact on that to our community cohesion, how it's attracted those wishing to import crime like County Lines drug dealing to our town and our villages, and the general demand for the expansion of services from all public services has been immense. That is an exceptional circumstance for any town and any local planning authority in the land. Councillor Harvey's right about our partners in health, social care, criminal justice system. Do you know what? They need to catch up with our growth to enable those right services to be delivered now and in the future. I'm lucky enough to have the responsibility for both infrastructure and communities in addition to the planning one. And I can say really clearly now that We can plan, of course we can plan for hard assets, bricks and mortar, a new police investigation centre, a new fire station, a new general hospital, even a new health centre in places like Winklebury and Chinham. But we need the services that operate in them and around them in our communities to catch up. I think those are our exceptional circumstances. Our partners know they have our full support to do it, but they have a significant challenge. And I do believe slowing the growth rate of new homes will allow them and us the space to do that. It is not lost on me that we also still have 4,000 homes that have permission but have yet to be built. That's an immense number of new homes and people demanding services. So, do you know what? It'd be really easy for me to fire off a superficial letter to Michael Gove, the Secretary of State, and for it ultimately to be really unproductive, maybe a useful soundbite, but it wouldn't achieve very much. I await with optimism the new baseline from the new Secretary of State in the coming weeks. He's reviewed where everybody's at, and we do have the benefit that he's a relatively local MP, although perhaps in Surrey they have the benefit of the green belt around London, but again, probably the disadvantages of development jumping that green belt. Once it's published and we know his position, we can then use our local evidence and all the levers that we have to hand to effectively demonstrate our case. As we continue to prepare the draft local plan and its policies, whatever the numbers of homes, I welcome keeping you up to date at all those key stages. I continue to appreciate your comments, the comments you provided tonight and the comments you provided on our evolving draft policies. All of these comments have been considered alongside the evolving information from other consultees, national frameworks and best practice, and we'll send those updates out to you. And I just want to address something else that's been mentioned a lot about the words city and the leader using the word capital of the South. Do you know what? Our town is already larger than many cities, whether that's Winchester, neighbouring Winchester, places like Chichester, or even places like Hereford and Chester. So do you know what? Thinking about how we develop as a city and a new city is not a new thing for us, and nor should it be. And do you know what? I also quite like the word capital, because I'd like us to be the capital of health and happiness. I'd like us to be the capital of economic growth. I'd like us to be the capital of highly paid jobs, of business startups, and a cultural capital of the South. Hopefully, our plan can help us do some of those things. But let's be clear, we do need to develop those draft policies, and we do also need to be smart about how we go about demonstrating our case when we know some of the things that feel the most obvious to defy our corner, the environment, etc., as has already been said, are managed by statutory bodies who are automatically going to say, yes, we can do that. There aren't those constraints, or we know we can plan to mitigate something. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody on this call and everybody who's listening is really clear about where we are, what we're doing, and how hard we're working to make sure when we've got the new baseline, we can do the right thing, reduce that growth number, and absolutely make sure we do everything that I've heard all of us collectively unanimously say we want to achieve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bound. Okay, what I would like to do is I know it's painful, committee, but I want to push on with the paper, okay, to obviously review and comment. So we've got basically to section 3, okay. If we look at page 6 or 16 of the paper, okay, we then have 3.4 moving on through to 3.10. And I just want to know if there's any questions on that, any comments on that part of the report. No? Okay. So there we go. So then what I want to do is look at section 3.11, small villages, category 4, okay, through to 3.13. Okay, are there any comments on that part of the report? No, great. Okay. Then at risk of opening opening a big can of worms, okay, I want to move on to section 3.14, which is the proposed housing number, okay, and then moving through to 3.20. Does anybody have any comments on that? Bearing in mind the fact that the housing numbers put on here, yes, they're based on the 17,800, but we have rejected that. So it's just demonstrating the methodology, okay, of which village is getting those number of houses. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points on this, really. Big question. What happens to the 945 houses that Tadley will lose? Where are they going to go? Let's roll the roulette dice and see who gets that. That's the reality of it. If it ain't going to Tadley, then where is it going to go? And then on 3.18, there's a final sentence that I just cannot agree with. However, at this stage, the levels of development proposed are considered to be achievable. Achievable is a fascinating word, and it could be interpreted in so many ways. I think that is an incredibly dangerous statement to be including at this stage, given the kind of debate we've been having. And I listened to what Simon says, and it is interesting in terms of your take on it, Simon, and I respect what you say because it's you saying it. But then I read the article from the leader, and you're chalk and cheese. And I'm not sure what's going on here, because it's like it's what you did last time round. You know, you say one thing and Ken says something quite different, and you can read Ken's comments and they are not the same as what you've just said. So, I take that on board, and that's just the way it is, and you're entitled to your different opinions, but it sure as the world takes our borough to two very different places. So there's an interesting interpretation there to be had. But Chair, I just think that sentence there is a hostage to fortune in 3.18, and I would want to see it stay in the way it is.
I agree, Councillor Harvey. I would like to remove that from this report at this particular stage. So 3.18, okay, remove the final sentence. However, at this stage, the levels of development proposed are considered to be achievable. So I'd like that removed. Okay, just for the avoidance of doubt. Councillor Carr, I've got next, then Councillor McCormack, then Councillor Mahaffey, then Councillor Carruthers, then Councillor Bound.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just to say I sort of broadly welcome the recognition of previous delivery that has resulted in these indicative numbers, acknowledging they are indicative numbers. But I just want to welcome that recognition. I know that in places like East Woody and Walton Hill, where they've taken significant unsustainable development previously, taking the figure down to zero is very much appreciated, and as the result of good democratic conversations with the parish. Equally, I like the recognition at 3.15 that Berkeley's neighbourhood plan does meet their requirements, their indicative requirement for 15 houses, and that's an answer to a question I raised at the previous meeting in September, so that's very welcome. And on both of those points, I think the thing I would stress is if we're ending up with a figure of 10, 15 or 0 for these places, I would look very, very cautiously at any suggestion of significant development at Washwater, at Mount Road, at some of, especially that new planning application at Bishop's Green. There's a recognition in the sustainability studies for these settlements in my patch that those developments would not be sustainable or acceptable. And so I'm very keen that there is consistency between the findings in the planning policy world and the analysis of planning applications in the development management world. I know that there's a concern in my communities particularly that statements and evidence-based conclusions reached in the local plan process must sort of pass through osmosis to the development management, and we don't end up with very different conclusions when we analyse planning applications in particular settlements to those we're reaching in the local plan.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Okay, Councillor McCormack, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just really a question on section 3.19. Based on the position at 1st April 2021, approach set out in the settlement study results in 1,370 additional homes being directed. So that includes a figure of 0 for Tadley. So this 1,370 additional homes includes 945 that would have been in Tadley but are being distributed elsewhere. Am I correct in thinking that? And how did we arrive at this number since 1st April 2021?
That figure is actually the total if you go up to the tables on page 18, which is all the figures we've been talking about. So the numbers for each of the settlements, if you add all of those up with a 0 for Tadley, that gives you that figure.
Right, so the total, including Tadley, is more than 1,370. The
figure is 1,370 is with a 0 for Tadley. So it's all the other figures that are in those tables in page 18.
Right.
In terms of kind of what happens with the Tadley figure, as such, that figure remains in the overall figure. So that will be distributed in line with our spatial strategy. It's not like it has to go within rural areas or anything like that. It will go into the general pot.
Right.
So just to be clear, the 945 homes for Tadley will be spread across, okay, both the urban and the rural area. Is that correct?
It will go back into the overall total, yes. So it will just be distributed in line with our spatial strategy. The report doesn't say that it will definitely be a 0 for Tadley. It says that we're continuing to have discussions about that and pick the potential for development at Tadley. So it's not saying that 0 is the agreed figure at this stage.
But that's the indicative figure at the moment. Is that correct?
It's a figure that's used in that total of 1,370, yes. But if through other processes and discussions and the site assessment process, there are sites that are suitable potentially at Tadley that emergency plans agree with, etc., it's outside the emergency zone, etc., that would then still be looked at. We're not saying no development at Tadley.
Great. Okay. Is that clear to everybody? Councillor Carruthers, have you got a question on that?
I suppose, yeah, I did want to talk about that really. I suppose to start off, 945, I know that we're not going to get that number. And I know it is a formula and box ticking exercise to come up with that number, but it's ludicrous, 945 houses. Yeah, we don't have the infrastructure for that. And neither do we have the space. But obviously that's not going to happen. But I also have concerns equally about the figure of 0. And actually, perhaps some people would be surprised to hear that I take comfort from what Joanne's saying, because the evacuation zone doesn't cover the whole of Tadley and Pamber Heath. And I worry that this figure is going to push development out to other places where perhaps it isn't appropriate. So I do think that we do need to look at what we can do in Tadley. We do need to look at sites that come forward that are just outside those zones, and we do need to look at some level of development in Tadley because there is a need for it on lots of levels. So really that's my view, is that obviously we wouldn't want to see this level of housing come through that's proposed, that we know we can't get, but neither is 0 particularly comforting. Yeah.
Thank you, Kerry. Okay, Councillor Bound, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on one very small point that Councillor Harvey mentioned. about myself and the leader. I remember an EPH meeting not that long ago, last year, where actually very specifically we had a conversation in this committee about getting the committee support for everything that myself and the leader would do around the number. Everything that we would do for me and the leader.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mahaffey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, apologies. I did put my hand up when we were talking about the small villages. Would you mind if I very quickly went back to small villages to raise my question?
Not if it's very quick, no.
It's a very quick point. There are 6 villages which currently don't have a settlement boundary. Just speaking from personally, my local village, Silchester, we've just been through the process with the officer. I wasn't there, I don't know which officer it was, but essentially I got a report back from the parish council that the process was draw a line around the existing buildings and say, put 15 houses in there somewhere. And the comment obviously was, there is no space. I just wanted to raise the point that the smaller the village, the more disproportionately difficult it is to find that space if you are limited within the settlement boundary and not allowed to count houses that are on the edge of the settlement boundary. Or what's happening in my ward certainly is an increase in houses between villages in the countryside. What I'd really like to see happen is that those houses which are built between villages within the parish count towards the village's number, because they have a disproportionate impact on the character of the village, and yet they don't count towards a housing number.
Wonderful. Okay, that's great. Thank you for lowering your hand, Councillor Mahaffey. Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just to pull off that point from Councillor Mahaffey, really, about making sure that smaller developments within parishes are counted towards recognition of contribution. It's been a major concern in the northern part of my ward that developments of fewer than 10 houses that have gone in have not been properly accounted for in the sort of counting of committed developments. And I think that's something we do need to work on changing.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, if no one's got any more comments, Councillor Dillo, have you got your hand up? Okay, you're on mute. Thank you.
Yeah, I know obviously it's more about the mythology rather than the numbers, but I believe taking off 945, it's 1400 and not 1370.
Do you want to comment on that, Joe?
I'd have to check the maths. I thought it was 1,390 actually.
Right.
But it's around that. It's an approximate number.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, this is a snapshot, isn't it? So
yes,
the numbers will be changing.
Yes. Okay. Well, we'll leave that one with you, Joe. Okay. So moving on to section number 4 of the paper, the views of the town and parish councils. Okay, we can go through the whole of section 4. Does anybody have any comments there? No. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's have a look. Looking really at the next steps. Okay, does anybody get any comments on section 5? No. Great. Okay, let's move on to the rest of the paper. So it's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and the conclusion. Okay, 12, and 13, and 14. Okay, has anybody got any comments there? No. Okay. Right. Then we look at the appendix, the settlement study, part 1. Okay. Has anybody got any questions on the executive summary? Nope. Okay. Has anybody got any questions on section 1, which is the overview and purpose and the structure? Questions or comments? No, that's great there. Okay. What about section 2, the background and policy context? Has anybody got any questions or comments on that? No? Okay, that's great. Moving on to section number 3. For those who are thinking they may be lost, it's page 34 of the papers. Okay, I'm looking at the approach and methodology. Has anybody got any more comments on that? Councillor McCormick. You're on mute.
Yes, Chair. Sorry. Looking through, we got the category of villages, and we had an explanation as the category of villages. But one of the things that I was intrigued about was with the category 3 villages, which are quite substantial in size: Bramley, Kingsclere, Oakley, Old Basing. I think Kingsclere is the smallest, but that's getting on for 3,000 people.
Yeah.
There's this common bullet point about a bus service running at least once a day connecting Basingstoke town. I would expect to have a bus service a lot more regular than that for 3,000 people, you know, especially if it's like approaching 10 miles from Basingstoke town centre, because you're not going to get people cycle that distance very often, let alone walk.
Yeah, I think that's
everybody has a car.
Yeah, I would like to say, Councillor Cormac, that I know that Kingsclere has more than one bus a day, okay, feeding it into Basingstoke and also Newbury. But I suspect that we'll have an answer from Joe to say that that's a generic, okay, figure that's put in there to actually help differentiate, you know, large towns and large villages from medium villages. Okay, would I be correct in that, Joe?
Matt, did you want to answer that? I think he was ready to answer. He'd already unmuted, I think.
Right.
So I come off mute, and then I saw the question was posed to you, Joe. I mean, I think it's fair to say that these places probably do have more public transport connections. This is just set as a bare minimum. We probably could look at tightening up that element of the criteria just to reflect the better public transport connections of the more sustainable settlements.
There we go, Councillor McCormack. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, my fear is when we've got looming budget cuts to bus services and a review in September 2022, perhaps want to put more buses in than that, because when I look at Tadley, they're saying 20 buses a day. And I know that our most regular routes, which at the moment are suffering reduced frequency because of COVID and sickness, but we've got at least 3 bus routes serving the town areas with 10-minute frequency. So they're going to be having, you know, 100 buses a day or something like that. So I would want to see something in there that says something like a bus service running more, you know, at least once an hour rather than once a day, because there does come a point where we might lose bus connections altogether in this ongoing review. And if we put something in the local plan, maybe that puts a marker up for the county to say, hang on a minute, we deem that this is an appropriate bus service level.
Sorry, Councillor McCormack, can I just clarify, which part are you wanting to put, say, the buses once an hour? Okay.
Well, so we've got
number 2 or number 3.
So category 3,
yeah,
on pages 22, 23 or 46, 47, whichever one you want.
Yeah.
All of the villages have got this cut and paste statement: Bramley, Kingsclere, Oakley, Old Basing, a bus service running at least once a day, Monday to Saturday. No mention of a Sunday bus service either. Now, I suppose you could argue with the case of Bramley, if it's got a train, then you might not want a bus to Basingstoke if you can get the train to Basingstoke. But the others, Oakley's railway station shut in 1963.
Yeah.
And Old Basing's never had a railway station, although it's on a railway line, it could do with one. And Kingsclere, there was talk of building a railway towards the end of the 19th century, but it never happened. So yeah, if possible, I'd like to see some kind of modification to say bus services running at least once an hour. Because correct me if I'm wrong, settlements of that size probably are sustaining that sort of frequency of service, and we ought to have a service on a Sunday as well.
Right, but we do actually have a service on a Sunday in number 2, which is the rural towns and large villages. So therefore, it is a differentiator between the rural towns and large villages and the medium villages. Okay, which is on page 40 and 41 of the report, or pages 16 and 17.
Yeah, except that Oakley's actually larger than Overton or Whitchurch, so you could argue it deserves more buses. It's closer to Basingstoke as well.
Yeah. I'd agree. I'm all for that. Matt.
I was just going to say that is it perhaps not that it's a minimum, not that it should be set as a minimum criteria. It's just that it's pulled out more clearly in that table that Councillor McCormack refers to exactly what the provision is and therefore how it meets that minimum requirement and goes beyond it.
Councillor McCormack, would you agree with that?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not really happy with the idea that a minimum requirement is a bus running once a day, because if you catch the bus going one way, you obviously need another bus to come back again, if nothing else.
Yeah, point made. Okay. All right. If we move on to, has anybody else got any questions for section 3 or stage 3? Okay. So if we then look to stage 4, assigning settlements to categories. Okay, which is 3.4.9 to 3.4.18. Anything there? Councillor Harvey.
I think it's just worth picking up what residents have shared with us and councillors have shared with us this evening of their disagreement, their concern, their real dismay, I think, in so many ways. Listen to the level of comments about the way the categories have resulted in what they've resulted in. I get it's a tick box exercise, I get it's a process, but if we are true to the representation we've had tonight, I do think we should record those concerns about the fact of the outcome of this process that leads to that table, that leads to the categories the way they are, and how residents have expressed themselves and council have expressed themselves this evening. I don't think we should forget that. It is pretty concerning, isn't it? Particularly what they've said this evening. Should we record that, shouldn't we?
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. It's recorded. I'm assuming Matt and Joanne have got that. Okay. So then, if we then move, I'm just trying to think where we are. I'm looking really at page 40, which is all the page 40 to 47, which goes on about the characteristics of the principal service centre and then the rural town down to the small villages. Okay, and then we'll take that one first. Okay, so page 40 and 41. Councillor Harvey, your hand is still up. Okay, great. Okay, so there's nothing there. Okay, or no questions there, I should say. Page 42 to 43, which is stage 4 assigning settlements to categories, and also the category 2 rural towns and large villages. Anybody have anything there, or do you think we've kind of covered everything? No questions. I think we've kind of covered everything there. Okay, page 44 through to 45. Okay, including the medium villages. Anybody got any questions on that area there? No, that's great. Okay, so then looking at page 46, which is the remaining part of the medium villages. Okay, through to page 47. Okay, does anybody have any issues with the villages there? No. Okay. Pages 48, we're looking at small villages. Okay, and then moving through to page 52, which is the rationale for all the small villages. Has anybody got any comments there? No, great. Okay, so then we move to section number 4, which is the summary of key findings. For avoidance of doubt, we're in page 29 of this particular report. Okay, summary of key findings. Moving through to page 54. Does anybody have any comments on that? Comments or questions? No, great. Okay. Then we go into Appendix A. Okay, on page 31. Does anybody have any questions on Appendix A? No. Appendix B. Okay, page 33. Okay, the scoping of the settlements using stage 1. Okay, going to the bottom of page 58. Do we have anything there? No. Okay.
Chair, could I just double check which page 58 you're on?
Yeah, certainly. It's page 58 of the papers or page 34 of the actual report.
Okay, are we on the settlement study, or are we still on?
We're on Appendix B, scoping of settlements, which is in the part 1 of the settlement study.
We're only in part 1, Councillor
Okay,
Bowe. We haven't
got to settlement
part
part
2
2
yet.
Okay,
No,
fine.
not yet.
Thank you.
Not yet. Okay. So do we have any questions on that area there? Appendix B, scoping of settlements. No? Great. Okay. Moving through to page 35 or page 59, okay, where we've actually got the descriptions of the settlements and the relationship with the key services and facilities. It's the maps. Okay. Moving through to page 40, okay, or page 64, which is Picket Place. Do we have any questions on that? No, right, okay. Then what we do is we move on to appendix, we have well, page 41 or page 65, which has the remaining settlements for consideration within the study. Okay, does anybody have any questions on those? No. Okay, so then moving to Appendix C, so that's page 42, okay, of the paper, or page 66 of the report. Okay, and if we go through to basically page 71, so it's the whole of Appendix C. Has anybody got any questions on that or comments? No, silence is deafening. Wonderful. Okay, and then we look at Appendix D, where there's the matrix of services and facilities in the section, and I would suggest that we take the whole of Appendix D. Has anybody got any questions or queries on that? Bearing in mind it's just the evidence base. I say just the evidence base, it's lots of hard work. Okay, so then we move through to the settlement study in part 2, but the time is now sort of 22:34. Okay, is everybody happy to go to 11 o'clock to try and get the settlement study part 2 done? Okay, or do people want to leave it here? I'd like to propose that we go on to 11 o'clock. Is everybody okay with that? Can we have a vote? Can we raise hands? All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 7. Okay, 4. Who's against or who's abstaining? Who's against? Okay, that's number 1. Thank you very much. If you'd like to take your hand down. Okay, and then who's abstaining? Okay, 1. Okay, so we'll go on to 11 o'clock. I will definitely adjourn at 11. Okay, because we will be beyond the scope of our guidelines. So looking at the settlement study part 2, okay, which is on page 77. Does anybody have it is a draft, obviously. Does anybody have any comments on the executive summary, which goes from page 77 or page 1 of the settlement study part 2, basically to page 4 or page 80? Does anybody have any questions on that? No, that's great there. Okay. So then we have the contents.
Chair, if we could just say that a lot of this is repetitive of the first bit. So any comments that were made from,
I'm assuming they will be repeated
yes,
through.
exactly. We don't want to say the same stuff again.
Yeah. Just for the avoidance of doubt. Okay. Right. So then we have the introduction. Okay. Has anybody got any questions on that? So that's page 7 of the part 2 or page 83 of the papers. No, okay. Then there is page 8, and then going on into part 2, which is the policy context. Okay, which is page 9 and page 10, or to the page 86 of the papers. Does anybody have any comment on there they'd like to make that they've not made before? No, okay. So that's good there. Okay, then looking at page 11 or page 87. Okay, looking at number 3, the approach and methodology. Obviously, I think that's fairly similar to what we've already we've gone through in part 1. Does anybody have any questions on part 3? Approach and methodology that they haven't already commented on. No, okay, that's all good. So then I'm looking at section number 4, the housing requirements for rural towns and large villages, which is page 23 of the study part 2, or page 99 on the papers.
Craving your indulgence, Chair. Nitrate equality.
Certainly.
That's still in section 3, page 97 or 21, whichever one you want.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Can anyone explain why the rivers draining into the Solent, we have to have nitrate equality, but we don't have it for the Loddon, when basically my understanding is nitrates and phosphates are both toxic in sufficient quantities to fish life, and these are all pristine chalk streams, of which we have 80% of the world's total. I don't understand why it's a requirement for the Solent draining rivers, but not the ones draining into the Thames.
Okay, Matt.
I was just going to quickly say, just for the benefit of keeping the meeting moving, that's a matter that the portfolio holder is actually looking at. So, yeah, we have noted the same, Councillor McCormack.
Okay, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's where Natural England had kicked off around the Solent, and they've not kicked off around the Loddon. It's as
simple as that,
isn't it? So, Natural England, if you're listening, please kick off about the Loddon. You are welcome. Please do as much as you possibly can. Just looking at each of these, I know you're going to start at number 4 with Overton, but we've had comments this evening that challenge a lot of the content of these particular pages in each of the settlements from residents and from councillors.
Sure.
And rather than going line by line through it this evening, what I'd like to ask is a commitment that the comments that have been raised, the concerns about the various aspects, are looked into, and that those residents and those councillors have a response to that, and that it's considered in a bit more detail and a bit more depth than we might do in a rushed debate in the next 20 minutes. Because I think to do justice to the rest of that paper, which is significant, I wouldn't want to rush at 90 mile an hour and then do a disservice to those residents or those councillors. So in that sense, if officers and the portfolio holder can give a commitment to go through in some fine detail actually what's been said and give a response, and then allow that to be part of the next stage of consideration for those residents and councillors to come back, I think that would be good.
Can I just say, Chair, I think that's really easy to give that commitment, because obviously we've often talked, haven't we, about lots of opportunities for people to pass comment at all sorts of different stages of the process.
Yes.
Because absolutely, we've heard some very strong views about all sorts of things tonight. But of course, also we have had representation about similar things and sometimes opposing views from other pit stakeholders as well. So absolutely, you can have that commitment.
Okay, there we go, Councillor Harvey. Happy with that? Great. Okay. So is that for just section 4, or do you want it for section 4, 5, and 6?
We make it the lot in the sense of being respectful to the people that
That's, well, I was about to come on to that. Yes. Are you okay with that commitment, Councillor Bound? Great. Okay. So that commitment has been given, Councillor Harvey.
So, Chair, just for clarification, and I forget which section it is now, section 5.
Yes.
And it's probably now in section 6 or something, where we're talking about the villages, and so like Old Basing and Sherford and Loddon, various places. For clarity, these sections are a bit of a muddle about what housing allocation they've got, what's come up in the Sheller, reading Sherford on Loddon, it talks about the allocation within the settlement boundary, but then it also talks about the hundreds of houses that have come through on the Sheller, which are on the other side of the A33. And so it feels like it needs clarification. I just want to be clear. It feels like it's neither fish nor fowl at the moment. Next.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Vaux. There is nodding coming from Ruth, and I think the portfolio holder as well. Okay, so that will be clarified. Okay, so that's 4, 5, and 6 that we will get the clarifications for. Okay, and all the comments through for the villages. Yeah. Okay, great. So then moving on to page 71, which is number 7. Okay, so it's page 147 or 71. What we have is the conclusions. Okay, has anybody got any comments on the conclusions, which are on page 71 through to page 73? Okay, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mahaffey was before me. He had his hand up before I did.
Okay, I do beg your pardon, Councillor Mahaffey.
Sorry, thank you, Paul, very kind. Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure if this was covered by the commentary earlier about section 5 and 6 and 7, but I just wanted to add, you don't have to answer this now, or officers don't have to, but on page 36, 35, where we're talking about Bramley has a very specific issue insofar as it has the level crossing in the middle of it, and I'd like to know how that is being considered in terms of the allocation, and not least of all because Network Rail have stated their intention that they want to close that, or they will be closing it when they electrify the railway.
Okay, I'm sure that will be taken on board when the clarifications are put through. Okay, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. Just to pick up what you said, just for clarity of what I meant, and what I'm sure I agree with Councillor Vaux in terms of what she meant as well. There is disagreement, I think, or there is concern and conflict with what is within these sections. That's what's been raised by residents and councillors. So if it's going to be looked at again, I'm not saying we're approving it. I'm sure I don't believe we are approving it this evening. The words need to be reviewed. The construction of these sections needs to be reviewed in that sense, that those concerns are picked up. So I don't just want them, answered. I actually want the issues addressed So it's a little bit more than what we've asked for. I'm trying to express it in the right way, and I think Councillor Vox is going to step in and help here as well, which I'm grateful for.
Councillor Vox.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. Yes, I mean, there's overlap between this spatial strategy and the Basingstoke spatial strategy, and I think we have to sort that out. And therefore, this section 7, the conclusions, I think are tricky, because I think the conclusions need to flow from the stuff that we've talked about today. So this section, I think, may need changes, and I don't think it's for us really to say other than perhaps the conclusions may need to be refreshed and changed in the fullness of time.
I think those are wise words, okay, and I'm sure that they've been taken up by the portfolio holder who's smiling, okay, and Ruth, whose shoulders have just sagged, okay.
I like fullness of time, because I think that is the point, isn't it? Is we need some passage of time and further information to help shape that, is the point that's been made, I think, as well as the points that the speakers have also made. Yeah,
but again, just for clarity, that these conclusions may change as more information comes through. Okay, I'm getting nods from officers and portfolio holder. Okay, just for the record. Okay. Then we kind of go into the settlement study appendices. Okay. I mean, does anybody have any comment on these, or do these need to be reviewed again? Okay, for bringing back to us. Okay, you know, or does anybody have any questions on this? Yes, no. Sorry, Councillor Harvey, I didn't get that that signal. Was that okay, or was that just scratching your chin?
I think it was just scratching my chin, Stuart.
Okay.
I'll let you know if you want to join. Don't worry.
I thought you would, but there we go. Okay, so I will propose to leave the settlement study appendices there, unless anybody has any burning question on them, okay, or comment on them, because I think if we're doing work on 4, 5, and 6, that will come through and probably change with these appendices, with the housing requirement figures, etc. Does anybody have any comment on that, or is everyone in agreement with me? Or great, okay. So if people seem to be in general agreement with me, okay. So that really then takes us, you know, to the end of this report, okay. And I thank everyone for their forbearance. Gosh, Councillor Baum, there's a lot of work to be done there, okay. You've got a lot of comments. I can't possibly sum up, okay, the comments, apart from I think generally, okay, the committee were reasonably happy with the report. They have concerns. There are lots of concerns that have been raised by residents, and we would like to see those, okay, you know, reflected in the report, and we look forward to it being brought back once the work has been done and the changes made.
Well, thank you for that, Stuart. I just think it's that stuff, isn't it? I think our committees are often reasonably happy, just because we really have some really great officers who do a huge amount of work. You know, the amount of stuff that we get as members to be able to understand what's happening in a really transparent way, what the criteria are, what the evidence is, even if some of it is still something that we need to get through. And do you know what? All I wanted to say was, you know, as ever, I'm eternally grateful for the consideration and the comments from my fellow members. So, you know, just thank you very much, everybody, for your consideration and all of the views that you've expressed. And I know so many of you have encouraged parish councils to come along and speak.
Great. Okay. Right. So thank you very much. The only thing we have left is the work programme. Okay. And I'm trying to get hold of an electronic copy of it. Okay, hold on, please. Because I couldn't print it off yesterday. Let's have a quick look. Okay. please bear with me, committee. Okay, I'd just like to say, Ruth, okay, Simon, Joanne and Matt, thank you very much for all your time tonight. Okay, we will let you go there and we'll discuss the work program. Okay, so let's just go in here. So lovely to see. Okay. Julia.
Yeah.
Hi, Julia.
Yeah.
Was everybody sent the latest revised work program?
No, it was only sent to you.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Would it be useful, because we do have a meeting obviously next week, for me to send it as an update to the work programme for the next meeting?
Very much so. Okay. Just to go through it very top line, committee, okay, because I appreciate it's very late in the evening. Okay, we have next week, the 13th of January, we have the authority monitoring report and the infrastructure funding statement, okay, which are two weighted terms. Can you please confirm to me that you received the AMR before Christmas? Okay, it was sent. Okay, does everybody have that? Councillor McCormack, you're looking a little confused. Did you get that or not?
Well, if it's in hard copy format, I had very intermittent, and it was sent by Royal Mail. I had very intermittent mail before, during, and after Christmas.
Right. Okay. Julia, can we please arrange for another copy to be sent out to Councillor McCormack, please? So,
yeah.
Thank
you.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
didn't get one
I was
either.
trying to get it out to everybody before Christmas so that we had a chance of reading it. I appreciate you're ill, Councillor McCormack. So even if you had it, you may not have been minded to have read it. Okay.
I didn't get it either. Just for interest.
Okay. So that's Councillor
Yes.
Vaughts as well.
Yeah.
Julia. Okay. All right. So we'll get that sorted out for you. Okay. And then.
Sure, I'm pretty sure I haven't got it either.
Sorry, who was that?
Is that Councillor Dillo?
Councillor Dillo.
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder where all these went then. They're obviously in the Royal Mail. Okay.
I mean, I've got the papers for next week's meeting, but I haven't read them yet. If it was a separate paper that was sent out, not as a meeting paper, then I didn't get it. If it's part of the meeting papers for next week, it's there.
I think it's part of the meeting
part
papers.
of the meeting papers. Yeah.
So it's if anybody didn't receive a hard copy of the agenda and the meeting papers for next week's meeting, it was quite a big document.
Then I've got that.
Weighty too.
Yeah, I've got that.
It's this one. It's 385 pages.
That's correct.
It says Thursday, 13th of January on the front of it. That's the one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
There's nothing else. There's nothing else lingering around.
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. So it looks like there was only Councillor McCormick who didn't get the paper.
Okay, I can get one sent out tomorrow.
Great. Okay, so everyone's got that. And then in order to try and get all our reports sorted out, I would like to have another meeting on the 27th of January. Okay, where we're going to take a report from Daniel Garnier on the Economic Recovery Board and also the Local Enterprise Partnership, which should be interesting. So that's on the 27th of January. So it's a date for your diaries, guys. Okay, and then moving on to the 10th of February. Okay, we have the housing green conversion motion. Okay, and the COVID-19 motion penciled in for those two. And then on the 3rd of March, okay, there is another local plan update. You'll be pleased to hear. Okay, which is to consider developing the updated new local plan policies prior to Regulation 18 consultation. Okay, so that's going to be quite an interesting evening with a lot of reading. So that's on the 3rd of March, and then we then go into the election, and then after that there is a meeting on the 9th of June, just for your diaries, which is again a local plan update to consider the draft spatial strategy and site-specific allocations prior to the Regulation 18 consultation. Okay, so just letting you know that that's there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Quick question for you. You said the 10th of February is I think you just said COVID-19 motion.
Yes.
The thing I'm looking at says climate change policies and housing green conversion motion. Are
Yeah,
they still in there or have they vanished?
The housing green conversion motion is still there,
Yeah.
but the other one's gone.
And where's that gone to? Is that what we've?
Sorry, what was it?
It was the climate change policies relating to the local plan.
That's been gone out to beyond June.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Been worked out.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Vaux.
Chair, just so you're aware that I don't have February the 10th in my calendar anywhere, so it's a new one to me.
Okay, well that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. So you know, but the point being, if the invites aren't sent out and they're not put into our council calendars, then it's quite hard for us to plan.
I understand that, and that's the reason why I wanted to give the dates out tonight. Okay, to give everybody advance notification. The problem is, Councillor Vaux, we have had an immense amount of work that we've had to do over this year, and this last council year, and I want to try and squeeze it all in. Okay, which means that we knew right from the very beginning, okay, that we were going to have the back end. This last quarter was going to be quite tight regarding meetings, just down to the sheer amount of work that we have to get through. But that's where we're at. So, okay, just for clarity, so for everyone's diary, we've got next week the 13th of January. Okay, then we've got the 27th of January. Then we've got the 10th of February, and then the 3rd of March. Councillor McCormick.
On the AMR, sending me a written report. Don't bother printing one off. I can access it online. I'll access it online.
Okay. Julia, did you get that?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. If you do want a printed copy, then just let us know. Okay, and we can move from there. And again, if you can please let Julia and myself know of any questions to the speakers this evening. Okay, we will get answers to your questions, and then we will collate them, or Julia will collate them, and we'll circulate them around as soon as we've got the responses. Okay, so there we go. Right, committee. Okay, it's now 3 minutes to 11. So I'd like to say thank you very much for your work tonight. Okay, I'd just like to wish everybody a happy new year, and let's see if we can earn our corn, okay, and get a lot of these reports, okay, sorted out and discussed. Okay, thanks very much, everybody, and I look forward to seeing everybody on the 13th of